Roll call.
Gray.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Melton. Pauls.
Here.
Palermo.
Here.
Festerson.
Here.
Mr. President.
Here, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the opening remarks, which I will give today. Well, I was inspired by last week's remarks in African American History Month. Used to say Black History Month, but it's African American History Month, both, by the person who was from Cleveland, Ohio, who brought us the traffic signal. But on a much bigger scale, in February of 2007, yesterday, this date in history, President Obama, the previous president, announced his candidacy for president. So a very inspiring person from our country. And if you search internationally, this day in history in 1990 was the day that Nelson Mandela was released from prison after 27 years. I just thought it would be significant to recall and remember those two outstanding people. One still with us, very much alive and enjoying life after the presidency, and the other now who's been deceased for just over 7 years in December. Nelson Mandela passed away in December of 2013. So what tremendous people, and I just thought in this month it'd be appropriate to recognize them. So.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. As a courtesy to those in attendance, and in order to help conduct the business affairs of the council, we'd ask that you turn off or silence all electronic devices. And if there are any near you that are unattended, you can hand them to our sergeant at arms, and he'll arrange to handle them. Madam Clerk.
Item 6, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for OPA campus with a waiver of Section 53-8, 5C through D easements located northwest and southwest of 11th and Dodge Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 6 begins at this time. Are there any proponents? Welcome, Mr. Myerson.
Yes, sir. Troy Myerson, 409 South 17th Street, on behalf of the applicant. I'm also here with Arnold Reeves, Senior Vice President and CFO for the Omaha Performing Arts Society. We're very excited about the campus expansion project, for which we are here before you asking for approval of our preliminary plat. Phase 1 of the campus expansion project is a live music venue that will hold a standing audience of up to 3,000 people. That is located there. Phase 2 of the campus expansion will be an education center, which is located right there, which will expand the educational opportunities available at the Holland Performing Arts Center. We've reviewed the City of Omaha's recommendations. We're willing to accept those recommendations and ask for your approval today. If you have any questions for me or for Mr. Reeves, we'd be happy to answer any of them.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
Melton. Pauls.
Yes.
Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 6 is approved, 7-0.
Thank you.
Items 7 to 10 relate to the same project, and some of the items will be considered together for the mill located at 6152 Military Avenue. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 7, an ordinance to approve a PUR overlay district and an NBD district and to approve the development plan. Item 8, a resolution to approve the final plat for the mill. Item 9, a resolution to approve the mill subdivision agreement. Item 10, an ordinance approving a tax increment financing redevelopment agreement for the Benson Apartments project plan in an amount up to $2,067,135.
The public hearing on items 7 through 10 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. Brent Beller, 1140, appearing on behalf of Sage Capital, the developer of this parcel. With me today is Aaron Mosier and Colin Brown of Sage Capital, along with Randy Kushak of Lamper Nearson, a project engineer, and Brian Warner, team lead for HBA, our project architects. So this project, obviously, you may remember we've had quite a lot of discussion about it. This is a 96-unit residential market rate apartment project on the northwest portion of Benson. To the north here, we have Northwest Radial. To the west is Military. And downtown Benson proper is just to the south here. This project has been in the works for a while. Of the 96 units, 55 will be studio, 30 will be one bed, and then 9 will be 2-bedroom. So a pretty good mix here. The project in and of itself, and I'll give the layout again, but from a land use perspective, and part of the project also is there'll be a 61 parking garage stall. So it's a podium development, five floors. One of the levels will be a parking garage. But this project, from a land use zoning perspective, in my mind, meets every box as far as land use goes. We are zoned NBD. We are complying with the MCC overlay because Northwest Radial is to the north of us. And with that, we're also utilizing the PUR, which allows us to address a little bit of a height issue in that in the NBD can go up to 60 feet. We're actually going up to 68. In addition, because we're going to have the podium parking garage, we're going to have some pillars within the parking garage itself, and so to able to accommodate that, we utilize the PUR to address that. So with that said, we're here obviously for the final plat, the subdivision agreement, and TIF, and the redevelopment agreement, which allows us to utilize TIF. But really, the biggest issue in my mind has always been parking, and so we have worked a lot with Councilman Festerson in our discussions, and he could be or should be commended for his efforts and time, at least dealing with me on this project, trying to find an easy solution. The reality of this deal is we're in Benson, and parking's at a premium. No matter who does this development or the next development in Benson, there's going to be a parking issue. We've tried to do as best we can. Just a gentle reminder that with NBD, there's 0 parking requirements. We have tried to get to that 1-to-1, 1 unit, 1 parking space ratio. So as we sit today, we have 61 parking spaces in our garage. We're actually going to have 11 new parking spaces on Military Avenue. Had we been in a district other than NBD, we could request, because we're going to have bike storage and because we're going to have mass transit opportunities on the north side there, we could have a 5% reduction for each of those. So that's 10 parking spaces in and of itself. What we've done here since the last time I represented to you all, I think what I had stated was we don't want to be in front of you without some additional parking, and I think was the tone. During that time, we've reached out to, I think, 6 different property owners within the Benson area to try and find some additional parking. That's not an easy task. I think most folks that own property there are realizing that they're sitting on some good ground that folks want to either develop or buy. Not a lot of folks are interested in long-term leases, which made our efforts difficult. In addition, they also just didn't want to give up their property for a parking plan. So with that said, we actually did just secure some rights to just to the east of us, an address that will allow upwards, we think, of 15 additional parking spaces, which was great news. We were a little nervous here in the last couple of weeks that we wouldn't find anything, but through some discussions with our brokers, we were able to. So with that, we're here obviously for any questions. Again, thanks to Councilman Festerson for dealing with us and listening, and kind of, it's been firm but balanced in our discussions, and that can be commended. So with that, we appreciate any questions, and we're here for your approval. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Festerson, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. And Mr. Beller should be commended for working with me, too, over this time frame. So thanks for that presentation and update. And this is the final approval of, I think, all the rest of the items you need that have been approved several times now through the council process as we worked on this project. And it is a great addition to Benson in terms of a $15 million investment, 97 units, and underlies an otherwise vacant property that represents our northwest entryway there. And so realizing it's a pretty special property right there, I think we have now addressed all things we talked about within the subdivision agreement and within the TIF agreement that comes next, and I'm advised must be voted on separately. And those things include, you know, the new sidewalks and the new pedestrian infrastructure, the new deceleration lane that'll turn into the property, and then reconstructing a little bit that awkward right turn coming off Military onto Northwest Radial that I think will be better for everyone involved and better for safety reasons for sure. Landscaping and also a landmark sign that'll be funded by the project to match what we've done on the east side at 58th and Maple. So then the last thing was the parking and is the parking in an ongoing fashion. So I appreciate you being tenuous or not tenuous, but spending a lot of time on that issue and resolving it in a positive fashion that I know was difficult. So we'll add 15 stalls there, it sounds like, with a short-term agreement. And also, I know we maximized the 11 parallels out front as part of the site plan, and I appreciate you working on that too. So that does, I think, get us closer to where we need to be in terms of the parking needs for the project. But it's always going to be a balance in a business district like Benson. And I think it is all about trying to find the right balance when we talk about parking and parking demand in what has become a very successful business district, but also balancing that with our mobility interests and our bike interests and our pedestrian interests that are all part of this project too, as indicated with your, your biking infrastructure and bike racks and things like that that are internal to your project. So I know you did encounter some difficulty in pursuing different properties to secure the lease that you did. And I think part of that issue has been there are vacant properties still in Benson that could be considered for parking, but I'd agree they aren't the best and highest use for those properties in most cases. And in some cases, I think you encountered concern about current surface lots of businesses that might have otherwise been interested, but may have been concerned about liability issues or something like that. Is that a fair assessment?
That's right. On your first point, I mean, part of what I think folks don't want is they don't want to see buildings torn down. And if you're buying a lot for parking, you're going to see an old building go down. So no one wanted that. But there are also liabilities. So on the second, we got pretty far down the road with another potential lease or landlord, and it was just liability. They didn't want to take on that concern, which I respect, I understand. But those were usually the biggest issues, which is tying it up long term and then liability.
Mm-hmm. And I think I call it tenuous. It might have been tenuous at some point, but you were tenacious in getting it done. That's the word I was looking for. But in that respect, I want to mention that we are also working on a parking and mobility study for the entire business district, and I saw Ken Smith just walk in, who's leading that effort here at the city. And I think this plays in well to that dynamic in that we have identified an issue that needs to get addressed in the business district, especially if we're seeing increased density like this coming. But I think in our initial findings, we are finding there are a lot of opportunities to address that issue that aren't very difficult to do. And there may be opportunities to use current surface lots that are available there, but just haven't been made available to the general public, either by the business that owns them or for liability reasons or what have you. There are a lot of businesses there that already do that, but there are some that just won't. And so I think there may be a recommendation coming out of this study that will help us address that issue long term and really make this work for everybody. And we're anxious to get that done probably the next 30 to 60 days. So having said all that, I think this all makes sense together. I appreciate your efforts in all these things, and especially the lease in the short term. And I'd move approval of items 7, 8, and 9.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
Melton. Yes. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
7 through 9 are approved, 7-0.
Move on number 10.
Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 10 is approved, 7-0. Items 11 to 14 relate to the same project and can be considered together for Dahlman Rose, located northeast of 7th and Cedar Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication in opposition. Item 11, an ordinance to rezone this property from GC District to R7 District. Item 12, an ordinance to approve a PUR overlay district in an R7 district. Item 13, a resolution to approve the final plat for Dahlman Rose. Item 14, a resolution to approve the Dahlman Rose subdivision agreement.
The public hearing on items 11 through 14 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. Brent Beller, 1140 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the project applicant, Dahlman Rose LLC. Bit of a refresher, this project was before you for TIF, which you all approved in late 2018, just through the entitlement process and the preliminary plat as well. Just through the entitlement process, it just took a long time to get back in front of you. So just real quick, this project is on the west side is 7th Street, south side Cedar, on the north side Center Street. What's being proposed before you is 36 villa-type units, 23 bed, 16 two-bed. These will be for sale units. Each unit has 2 parking stalls. Again, another good example of utilizing the PUR to allow for, constrained sites, short setbacks, smaller sidewalks, all the good stuff that I know that Mr. Fanzel and some of the folks in planning like to see in an urban core, high-density type development. So with that, we're here for any questions, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Oh, come on down, Mary.
Thank you. Mary Thompson, 1309 South 6th Street. I'm president of the Dahlman Neighborhood Association, and there was a reference in here saying that they had been in contact with the Dahlman Rose Homeowners Association, and I was wondering if they actually meant saying that they have been in contact with the Neighborhood Association. We have had numerous attempts to find out what's going on. I've had a lot of people contact me and say, Mary, what are they doing? I said, well, they've got a big hole in the lot with lots of water in it, so maybe they're, put a swimming pool or something in. We would like to have some more updated information to bring us up to date as to what their project is going to be. And I wish you would kind of give us a little more information, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? The public hearing is closed. I would note for the record that the Dahlman Rose Homeowners Association, Inc. referenced in item 14 is the entity with which there is a redevelopment agreement or subdivision agreement. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Items 11 through 14 are approved, 7-0. Item 15, an ordinance to approve a PUR overlay district in an R6 district located at 501 South 38th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 15 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Mr. President, members of the council, city staff, I'm Jay Noddle, 2285 South 67th Street in Exarban Village. This project at 38th and Dewey is something that we have been studying and working on for quite a while. It's consistent with a lot of the urban core committees, initiatives that are being worked on by dozens and dozens of folks to create a blueprint. It's kind of like a 7-layer cake, but to create a blueprint for the urban core of the city that can accommodate, facilitate, and attract development of higher density and a variety of uses in the core of the city. So the site here, as you can see, is on the corner of 38th and Dewey. And when we first began with the planning staff, we developed a design for the project that I'll show you in just a second that I think is really terrific. But in our discussions with the neighborhood, and actually I'll back up, at the initial planning board meeting, we agreed to a 30-day layover. And during that 30 days, we spent time reworking the design and had 3 meetings with the neighborhood groups. 2 in our office and 1 at an off-site location. We talked all through the project. We agreed to lower the number of units from 15 to 13. We completely changed the architecture. Let me see if I can get to it. I don't know how well you can see this, but on the left-hand side of the screen is the original design. On the right-hand side of the screen is the current design and that which was approved by the planning department, or by the planning board. When we lowered the number of units, we wanted to make sure that we could maintain a proper parking ratio, and so the project has 1 parking stall for each bedroom, or 2 per unit, included in the pedestal of the building, which we feel will be an advantage to these units. The change in architecture involved moving the core elements from the exterior of the building to the interior of the building. We changed the materials. We moved the entrance to the garage from the east side of the building to the north side of the building, and that was in part due to some conversations we had with Public Works. We've changed the streetscape from the original design. We've included the same lighting that's in the neighborhood. We've even committed to the same kind of trees that are in the surrounding areas. The upshot of that is the project's more expensive. The number of units have gone down, and I'm comfortable with that. I can't say today exactly what the pricing will be for the units because we don't have final numbers in from a contractor, but it's going to be fairly high-end. And I can also tell you that based on the publicity that the project, I guess, enjoyed or attracted during the planning board process, we've been contacted by a number of potential buyers. And what we thought might be the case, at least initially, has been proven out in the conversations we've had. They're interested in a little bit bigger units. The pricing doesn't appear to bother them. They're very pleased that there is this kind of a choice in this part of the city. An urban area needs affordable housing. It needs market rate housing. It needs condominiums, maybe some townhomes and row houses. All of those choices make the urban core of the city more attractive. And we're finding now with this product likely to be available in the marketplace, there's interest. So I think that it can go fairly quickly. Last thing I'll say is I think this is very consistent with the methodology put in place by the planning department for PUR development. You've heard a couple cases already today. And if we want the urban core of the city to develop the way that it can and the way that it really needs to in order for our community to achieve some of our major goals for the community, then this kind of development is going to be essential, particularly in this part of the city. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Can I have a show of hands to start on how many opponents wish to testify? Okay, if you could all kind of line up here, we'll just, so we're in the queue. We'll begin with the proponents. And Ms. Stuberg, did you want to go first on behalf of the neighborhood? We'll call up Rhonda Stuberg first, and if the rest of you can just form a line, we'll call you up. So when you testify, if you haven't done this before, you give your name, your address, and then your testimony.
Okay. I'm Rhonda Stuberg. I live at 3708 Farnham Street, and I'm the Blackstone Neighborhood Association president. At our first meeting in November, the planning board members came to the conclusion that the biggest concern that we had was the design of the building. Even though our resolution disapproves in 9 different places in regards to the size of the proposed structure, the Planning Board called for a layover requesting Noddle to alter the style of the building to meet the neighborhood's approval. I don't know if you got a copy of the resolution that I'm talking about, but I can hand one of those over. Blackstone Neighborhood Association met with Noddle to discuss the final proposal in regards to the style, but very little was changed concerning the footprint of the building. Because of this, after our meeting, we voted on an affirmation to our resolution. The Planning Board approved Noddle's proposal, even though the Neighborhood Association felt strongly that the structure is too obtrusive for the size of the lot because of the allowance of 8 zoning variances. Blackstone is a victim of the ACI 1 Area of Civic Importance overlay, a serious detriment to our historic neighborhoods. The definition of civic means relating to the activities of the people in relation to their city. How can the ACI 1 overlay be important to the relationship in our area? It strips the homeowners who are living in this historical neighborhood to any rights or ability to protect what they have invested their time and their money in. Its purpose is to tear down and destroy what was without any safeguards in place to empower those who own property there. A comment was made by a planning board member at our first meeting stating that if we wanted to do something with the property Noddle wants, we should have bought it. That property never had a for sale sign in front of it. That never happens because they are sold so quickly and privately without the neighbors ever knowing about it. Besides, my neighbors and I aren't looking to invest in something to tear down and rebuild. We're there for preservation and restoration. We treasure our homes. We value their importance to citizens who enjoy a visual remembrance of our historical buildings and Omaha neighborhoods, and the story that they tell of our past. Allowing developers to build large structures that completely alter the feel of the neighborhoods and don't respect the ambience that is around them ruins the historical value of the area and devalues what once was there. Omaha's midtown neighborhoods and downtown areas need to be valued and restored for future generations. I would like to conclude by reading you some excerpts by a commentary from Kevin Klinkenberg, who is an architect and an urban designer for Kansas City, as well as Savannah, Georgia, the mecca of historical preservation. Kevin talks about 3 key challenges of successful urban design. The first refers to transportation, which I'll save for another meeting. He begins by saying, "Your city and its people depend on your success. What could we do to begin to reverse the decline in all parts of the urban core and accentuate those that are now desirable?" Challenge 2 states, our city's urban core was built on the backs of duplexes, fourplexes, small mixed-use buildings, and the like. These missing middle buildings give the city the kind of Goldilocks density that supports local businesses, makes transit viable, is affordable, and builds local wealth. Yet today, common biases about housing, coupled with dozens of well-intentioned but harmful ordinances, makes these type of projects functionally illegal. Enabling many small changes accommodates immense demand in a humane and equitable fashion. Challenge 3 stated that urban design, as opposed to planning or policy, looks for coordinated site-specific solutions that are long-term in nature. Urban design tries to avoid a one-size-fits-all response for an entire city and instead tries to solve problems at the scale of the block or the neighborhood. In any really great city, beauty in architecture and public space is a prime part of what keeps humans interested. We used to be really good at this. All you have to do is look around and see the legacy from previous eras. Frankly, it's amazing. We are truly blessed to inherit what others have left to us. But simply having new buildings isn't good enough. If we rebuild the city but fill it with ugliness, this moment in time will fade and the humans will move on to somewhere and something else. It's the accumulation of many small changes over time that determines whether a city has value or whether it becomes another throwaway place. It's a long game. Doing it well creates great places for humans and a fountain of revenue for local government and the services that it must provide.
Thank you, Rhonda. Would you deliver a copy of the resolution to the clerk so it's a part of the record? Thank you. And just for the rest of the opponents, I'll let Ms. Stuber go longer because she's the president of the neighborhood and somewhat the leader of your opposition, but try to confine your remarks to within the 3-minute rule limit. Next opponent, please.
Allison Newland, 535 South 37th Street. As the neighborhood, already inundated with condos and apartments, struggles to retain a slice of its history and identity, you, Mr. Noddle, are determined to literally bulldoze this building into existence. Contrary to the wishes of the homeowners and the residents of the area. With all due respect to you as an entrepreneur and someone trying to make money, it appears to me that your primary goal in this is to increase your real estate empire and to increase your profits as a businessman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next opponent, please.
Hello, I'm Kurt Snodgrass, 632 South 38th Street. I'm the treasurer of the Blackstone Neighborhood Association. Our primary objection, or at least some of us, we have different objections. Some folks have objected to the modern nature of this building design compared to the historic structures around it. Others have objected to the gentrification angle. But the size has always been the overriding point of contention with us. You know, how much bigger is this than the home it's replacing? The existing home is only 1,910 square feet. The proposed building is 17 times larger than that. The footprint of the existing house is about 1,500 square feet. The new one is 7 times larger. All you have to do is look at a diagram to see, you know, the little house is there in red, and look at how this covers the whole lot, clear out to the sidewalks. Where else do you see that happening? Buildings are built out to the sidewalks in a downtown area. This is not a downtown-like corner. I had Jen Bolton from the planning department explain to me the whole ACI thing and the setbacks, and I was dismayed to find out that that was the effect of the ACI, was to take away those setbacks. It no longer has to be set back from 38th Street, 35 feet, the way the adjacent properties are. It doesn't have to be set back 15 feet on the side street, the way it would if it weren't for the ACI overlay. This makes for an obtrusive building that it really harms the appeal of our neighborhood. We voted repeatedly against it. You know, all of these zoning waivers here really add up to say one thing. This building is too big for this lot. We've been very clear about that with Mr. Noddle, but he is unwilling to reduce the size of the building. Quite frankly, we don't understand why, other than the fact that it's harder to make money on a building like that you have fewer units to sell. We look at the role of the planning department, the planning board, to enforce these rules, but that's not what's happening here. They want to waive them all for him. These are the rules that we look to protect our investments in our homes. We want them to be enforced, but they're all just being waived. We object to that, and we hope that you'll vote to oppose this project. Mr. Noddle's been very difficult to work with. He doesn't want to hear objections, and I think it became clear in one of the board meetings what his attitude towards our neighborhood was. He declared that he wanted to be a good neighbor. We don't think he really did. When it became a point of contention at one point whether he would get his up or down vote, he declared that if he doesn't get approval, that he'd threaten, the other thing I can do is buy the lot and just sit there until there's a different attitude in the neighborhood. That's what we're dealing with. We object very much to the fact that the planning department approved this project. We hope that the council will have the good sense to rein that decision back in and vote against this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
opponent, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Random. I'm an attorney with Croker Huck Law Firm, 2120 South 72nd Street, Suite 1200. I represent Ron Bance. If I could just put up this diagram. Ron is the owner of 507 South 38th Street. That's the parcel directly south of the proposed lot that we're talking about. This hashed out portion here is to reflect that Mr. Bance has a pending adverse possession lawsuit related to a strip of land along the border there. Excuse me. In some places, that strip is 16 feet wide, and in some other places, it's 18 feet wide. But I'm here today to make a similar objection on Mr. Bance's behalf that the size of the project does not fit this particular site. From Mr. Bance's perspective, this proposed project seeks to build a very large building very close to his property, and I think the project is inappropriate for the site and for the neighborhood. Some of the 8 waivers that are being sought here as part of this application are to reduce the site area per unit requirement in half from 2,000 square feet to 1,053 square feet, move the rear yard setback requirement from 25 feet all the way to 7 feet, change the building coverage ratio, and move the buffer yard requirement from 30 feet all the way down to 7 feet. And these waivers should be an indication that what the project is trying to do is fit a square peg into a round hole. It's just not appropriate for the site, and the site seems to be too small to support such a large building, and I would say particularly within the aesthetics of South 38th Street. I do know that there are some condo buildings around that area that were built several decades ago. If you look at that map, there's a condo building here, here, and here. Those are on a much larger site plan. They're a quarter of a block each. Those projects are set back from the street. There's green space. It fits somewhat the aesthetic of the neighborhood. Whereas this, we're talking about less than an eighth of a block where this project is going to be built. Now, I understand under the PUR ordinance that they're proceeding under the site. The site is supposed to comply with standards established for the base district to the extent feasible. But I recognize that relief can be made from those site constraints. But I would submit to you, council members, that this application seeks more than just relief from different code sections. And given the amount and the severity of the waivers, in reality, the underlying R6 standards that were applicable here are just being disregarded completely. As it stands from Mr. Bance's perspective, the application seeks to build a 47-foot tall building 7 feet from his property line. And so given the size of the building, I would ask that you could deny the application here today. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you have anything for the record, make sure you give it to the city clerk.
Okay.
Next opponent, please.
Mary Thompson, 1309 South 6th Street. I'm president of the Dahlman Neighborhood Association. I grew up at 507 South 38th Street. I watched the neighborhood go away with the demise of the large homes on the block. When we moved in 1952, there were 5 houses on the block. He just showed them on there. There was one at 501, a small ranch-type house with a 2-car garage. It was really a bit out of place, but it was well kept. We called it Jake's house since that's the name of the man who lived there. Over the years, all of the large homes were demolished and replaced with nondescript brick buildings that did nothing to the history of the neighborhood except add more parking problems and some rather out-of-touch design for a historic neighborhood. Fast forward, and now you have an eclectic neighborhood with a few grand homes and lots of brick buildings that make the area look a bit like someone was just sticking buildings into spaces for the money, with no concern to the surroundings. It has happened all over Omaha. We have a history of destroying our architectural heritage all over the city. I used to work for a demolition contractor, I know. I have the feeling that putting another brick building in this area is a slap in the face to the homeowners who have purchased the older homes and saving them from the wrecking ball of so-called progress. Why do you feel that destroying the heritage of a neighborhood is a step in the right direction? Please vote no for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
I'm Norman Herzog, 122 South 39th Street, apartment 1202. There are several of us that are here today that are part of the neighborhood association who live in multifamily. We're in a 12-story building, a co-op apartment building. The neighborhood has many multifamilies. It has some really old, wonderful multifamily buildings. I don't know all the names, but one of them has apparently the first elevator in the town, in an apartment building. I'm not against multifamily. I'm really not against this building either. I didn't mind the first design, and I don't mind the second design. I think it belongs in our neighborhood, but I don't think it belongs where they want to put it. I think it ought to be on Farnham, on Harney, where all of the rest of those buildings like this are, the ones that take up the whole lot and go right to the street. I like the building, I just don't like where they want to put it.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
Hello, my name is Dr. Asit Goswami. I live at 427 North 41st Street. The Midtown Neighborhood Alliance Board of Directors has asked me to represent them at today's City Council to express the unanimous vote of 17 different surrounding neighborhood associations opposing this project by Noddle Homes at 501 South 38th Street. We particularly oppose that this particular building is getting waivers for the setbacks. If you walk down 38th Street from Leavenworth towards Dodge Street and you come on this block, you'll see that there are two other large apartment complexes on this block. They're both set back. We do not understand why this particular building gets to be an exemption, and we also note that the creation of this building on this corner creates basically, as you're walking down the street, you're going to look to your right, you'll see trees, green space, and everywhere else. When you come upon this building, you'll see garages and cars. This is basically creating an island. All these new developments that are modern are not really thinking about the neighborhoods. These large buildings create islands to themselves that don't really participate and interact with those who walk around the neighborhood or feel any ownership in it. If you allow this special waiver for Noddle Developer against the wishes of 17 surrounding neighborhood associations, you will demonstrate that the voice of a single known developer who has a great relationship with the planning department wishing to maximize profits is louder than the voices of we, the people who have to live with your decisions. You'll also demonstrate that there is no exact plan for urban infill. I heard mention of an urban core plan and townhouses and row houses. From Rhonda, I heard the wish for missing middle housing. These fights are going to continue to happen if you all don't do something about it. Developers, they're just trying to maximize profits, and I understand where they're coming from. It's the city's responsibility to put in some rules and regulations that help the city to grow, but allow neighborhoods to retain and keep the character of our neighborhoods. We've had, and so I implore the City Council group from Midtown Neighborhood Alliance to really seek innovative decisions and plans that could afford for allowances and variances and setbacks, but which will also satisfy neighborhood associations. Now, separate to my representation of Midtown Neighborhood Alliance, I also do, I am on the board of the Omaha Missing Middle Housing Campaign. I've spoken with a number of city council developers, and we've also had conversations with the planning department. Some of the problems that we encounter is that our city leaders say, you know, the planning commission and the department takes forever, bureaucracy takes forever. planning department, and they said, you know, we go by what our city leaders go by. And everybody has their convenient scapegoats for why this is not happening. But this problem of developers who've run out of room to develop on the west end of town and are coming back to the urban core and are basically dropping islands of high-rise and mid-rise buildings around the urban core that are mainly all for high-income earners is not going to leave us with much of a city or much of a character of our neighborhoods that is what makes Omaha what it is right now. And these supposed young people that you're planning on coming to the city are not going to come because Omaha is not going to be an interesting city to be in after they get done destroying all the neighborhoods by putting in their high-rise buildings. Thank you very much. Again, Midtown Neighborhood Alliance, 17 neighborhood associations oppose this building.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Mr. Farho, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Farrow. I live at 3722 Dewey Ave, right across the street from this proposed development. This is going to be my neighbor, and I have a feeling what you guys are going to do, but I will tell you what I feel, and appreciate you listening to that. Here's the proposed building. This whole property here is mine. So that large piece of property is an acre of land, and I'm worried. You know, I was on the Destination Midtown board, and we talked about developing the urban core. And we created some great plans, worked with a lot of developers, worked with a lot of great community partners, Mutual of Omaha, UNMC, Kiewit, and others to develop that plan. This is not what we saw when we thought about developing what's going to happen. Since then, I've been active and very engaged in our neighborhood, in the businesses around it. I'm the current president of the Blackstone Business Improvement District. As you can see, we're doing a lot of great things along Farnham, Harney, working a lot with the city and appreciate all the support we've gotten from the city. Had a great meeting with the mayor a couple of weeks ago and talking about how we're going to keep growing. This development really doesn't help us. It's another box. It really, and kind of what it's showing me, I wish Mr. Noddle would see it from our perspective, is that we have some historic homes. You can see the large lot over here is the Blackstone, or the Brandeis Mansion. This is a historic mansion. This one's being maintained and invested in by UNMC. We have other ones along the block. What we see is that people want to be in our area, and we appreciate that. We want them to keep coming to our area. We think housing, home ownership is the next step, and we don't disagree with that. That's something that we do need. We have a lot of apartments. The neighborhood association just approved, and working with Councilman Jerem and with the developer, a huge development on 38th and Leavenworth. It's going to be large. It's going to be in front of you soon, I hope. And we've recommended them move forward after working with us on that, what it would look like. I guess my point is, we know that this piece of property here was owned by UNMC. It was called the Women's Club. 100-year-old building. Hopefully you saw the article in the paper. Great story. It's going to become a Montessori. That property was being bid on by Noddle Homes, and they wanted to, what were they going to do with it? You tell me. I don't think they were going to restore it. I think that piece of property was going to get knocked down and turned into condos too. That's just my opinion. Don't know if it is. You can let us know or not. But I think is that the future you want us to have? This historic home that sits here, that acre of property. I'm sure they're drooling to have that piece of property. You can put a lot of condos on that piece of property. I'm not going to sell it to a developer that wants to do that. At least that's not what we're going to do. And I hope that you understand that we want to maintain this area, not just for us. It's really for Omaha. These are historic homes. Home was built in 1892. Doesn't matter if a developer wants it and wants to put a bunch of housing units on it. That's cool. I don't know. Just think about what you're doing here. You're really setting a tone. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
Paul Vonderfeck, 1331 Park Avenue. I wasn't planning on speaking this today. I came to talk about a road improvement district that I'm leading in my neighborhood. But it's something I feel strongly about. Omaha is no Kansas City. We think we are, but we don't have the moral courage to say no to developers who just want to continue building cookie cutter structures just clad in cheap hardy board, Pella Impervia windows. I know I've been there before. I developed some of the triplexes that Dial Properties built just down the road on Leavenworth. I was the builder behind those. I developed a modern duplex on 60th and Charles Street. I regret every one of those. They're just cookie cutter structures. They're not timeless, not to scale. Just like the previous speaker just said, it's not something that's going to last the test of time. That's not why people drive down to Kansas City for enjoyable weekend, experience the architecture, shopping. Omaha's not going to have that. We just continue to destroy it. How many of these cookie cutter structures, you drive through Omaha right now, you look at all these apartments, you can say, all right, that was built 2005 to 2010. All right, that's built 2010 to 2015. Just like you go to Linden Estates, say, all right, that's mid-90s construction. We are not building a timeless city. We hand out TIF financing to developers like candy on Halloween to kids. We're basically subsidizing these developers. We're not creating a true market. If the market really required these structures, the market would justify a price for these renters. They wouldn't require this TIF financing to subsidize their projects. So I'm opposed to it. The city's not going to age well if we don't say no to these projects. Got to start saying no to TIF financing. We have roads that you're forcing me as a homeowner by Westside School District to pay for, but a developer who goes and builds $1 million project is continued to be subsidized. But me with 2 kids, I got to pay $36,000 in daycare for. I have to pay for my own roads. There's just a lot of backwards priorities in this city, and it hurts me to see that this city is not going to age well over the next 20 years because it's just cookie cutter. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, the agenda item does not contain a tax increment financing request. Next opponent, please.
Bob Perrin, 1101 South 36th. I'm an architect. And what we're talking about here is a development on a lot that doesn't support it, quite frankly. Noddle is a great developer. He's a good man. We can be proud of the Exarban Village that he built. It's a spectacular part to the city. But in this particular case, it doesn't really work. Now, he's also chairman of an urban core group that's kind of studying how the city works for the chamber, and I'm proud of him for that. And at one of the meetings, he told us that he's kind of realizing that downtown exists and that there's a real value for a dense core. And for years, he's developed out west and taken vacant land or older properties in the western part of the city. This is his kind of first attempt into the downtown, the midtown area. So thank God he's realizing that the real value to the city is in the urban core. It's downtown. It's in the old neighborhoods. What he's missing here is the sensitivity to the historic nature of this particular site. Now, it's not his building. It's what he's trying to do on a site that is a part of a historic fabric of a complete neighborhood. And that's something that the entire city's proud of. So all of the people that are asking you to not do it in their neighborhood are really saying, don't do it for the sake of the city in this neighborhood, whether they live there or not. We don't have many historic properties left. We've torn a lot down, but those we do have are extremely valuable. And that neighborhood grouping is spectacular because of all the historic homes that are around it. So that we don't have any other corners with that many historic homes in one little section. So this kind of reminds me, if we approve it, we could go back to, there's been several examples of bad design. One of them was the tower in Gettysburg, where they built this big 15-story observation tower. That was in the late 70s, and everybody opposed it. It was in the neighborhood of the historians. 30 years later, they tore it down because the commission finally realized what an eyesore it was to this historic battlefield. And this historic neighborhood deserves something based on the knowledge we gained from that mistake to do something that's appropriate. And then we come back into the zoning protection that the city has given to all the property owners. And all the people that live there all live by those zoning restrictions if they want to add a garage or a screened-in porch or a front porch addition. But here we say the zoning restrictions don't apply to this property, and that just seems wrong. The same restrictions for setbacks and side yards and the ground coverage should be the same for this property as it is for all the surrounding ones. There's no reason to switch that back. So I would like to see Noddle continue with his work, but I'd like to see him do it in an historic, sensitive nature and put this kind of building in another part of the city and do something similar to the townhouses that he's doing in Exarban Village right now. And he's not the only developer that's beginning to come into this growth process of valuing downtown. He just hasn't got to the point yet of valuing history and respecting it and trying to do something that's sensitive to that applies to all of us that live in the city, not just the neighborhood. So I ask you to vote no. Just send him back to the drawing board and say, come up with something that really complements the area and makes a building that we'll all be proud of as a whole community. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin. Are there any other opponents? Just to show of hands, how many left wish to testify on this item? One other hand I see. Did I miss anybody? Okay, you may proceed.
Danielle Smith, 3301 Dewey Avenue. I wasn't planning on speaking on this today either, but I think it's important to remember that we have a really big shortage of adequate affordable housing in the city. There's Blackstone and Midtown Crossing just down the street, so there really isn't a shortage of expensive condos and apartments in the area already. I am really much more concerned about keeping the neighborhood affordable to my neighbors than I am about this supposed need for 13 new luxury units. Thank you.
Thank you. Last opponent.
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. I used to live over there about 3865, although I lived in the basement. I managed some very nice, very homey apartments in a nice brick and mortar apartment complex there. But we're tearing those kind of things down. But based on my experience in that neighborhood, I decided to buy in Dundee. On Lafayette Street. Well, now I can see all the way from Dodge Street, 48th, Saddle Creek to 49th and 50th probably. And then north from there, all these kind of complexes are going up. I don't see the skyline anymore. But on my own street also, with single-family homes, now there are real estate companies that are buying them and renting them out to 4 and 5 people. And what happens is they have 4 and 5 cars. They have more than that because they invite their friends over. Our streets don't support the traffic we have now. Can you imagine the traffic over there at 49th and Farnham right now? There's 2 big things going right up 49th and Dodge and to Farnham. There's 2 or 3 or 4 big ones on the hill above Saddle Creek. And now you're doing the same thing over on 38th and Dewey and over towards 42nd and probably from 42nd to Dodge. Pretty soon we're going to go west in Omaha because we have to support Orbit. We have to provide options to transportation, bicycles and buses in Orbit. Well, to support that, you're going to have to build big buildings for a lot of people to live in. Unfortunately, I've been reading that millennials particularly don't necessarily want to come here, don't necessarily want to stay here. And the high-tech employers don't necessarily want to keep them. So they tend to move on with the pioneers up to the northeast. And I read today that the millennials up there are cash-strapped and they have to buy secondhand clothing. Maybe that's not true, maybe it is. So how do we think we're going to support all the entertainment districts, multi-use buildings that you're putting up with the bar in the basement and the patio on the top? And the young people want to go somewhere else. The people that live here in this neighborhood now maybe can't afford to eat at those restaurants anymore because of the extra taxes that you're tacking on to help pay for the financing. But nobody ever talks about the truth of the matter as to whether it increases my property tax or not. I believe it does, one way or another. I think it's the shell game. Yeah, they get to save their property tax maybe at current level. I don't. These people don't either. It'll drive their property tax up.
Yeah, Mr. Storr, there's not a tax increase.
My time is up or what?
No, you were talking about the freezing of the tax at the property taxes. There's no
Well,
TIF.
it
on
applies
this.
there too. I don't think that he's building that out of his own pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noddle, the proponents wish a minute or a minute and a half of rebuttal. That's your right under the rules. You can also waive that right.
Jay Noddle, 2285 South 67th Street. The first thing I want to say is there was a comment made that we tried to buy a building in the neighborhood.
The old women's house.
Yeah.
Direct your remarks to
I'm
us.
sorry. Never been contacted, never made an offer, didn't know anything about it. Not true. And I'd love to know who is disseminating that information. Other than that, you know, we're trying to follow the methodology set forth by the rules and regulations that are in place, in this case, PUR. As far as the setbacks go, that struck me. The building is 23 feet back from the sidewalk on the north side. It's not on the curb. It is 18 feet back from the sidewalk on the west side. And because of a pending adverse possession action between the property owner to the south and the seller, the current owner of this property, the building, if the adverse possession claim is successful, the building will be set back 7 feet from a new property line, and that's the site plan you have in front of you. If that adverse possession claim is not successful, it will be set back 24 feet. And we are prepared to go forward with the adverse possession claim being successful. I think we've changed the building a lot. This is a very expensive building. This is not an inexpensive building. And we take great pride in the quality of our projects. I do believe this will be successful, or it wouldn't be here. I don't think the profits are great in a project like this, particularly since we've changed the architecture and lowered the number of units. The returns for something like this are not what I think people perceive them to be. Part of what we're trying to do is set an example for what can be done in the urban core of the city and to provide a housing choice that doesn't really exist. Yes, there are condominiums at Midtown Crossing. Those were built 10 years ago. There really haven't been any condominiums of any significance built anywhere in the city since then, and certainly not in this part of the city. There may be things that are being resold, but this is a new attempt to provide a housing choice that doesn't really exist today. I'm happy to answer any questions and would appreciate your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll close the public hearing. Well, this is my district, and I feel like the Blackstone neighborhood is particularly one that's near and dear to my heart because it was the neighborhood that was, in my estimation before running, in most need of TLC and action because we had vacant storefronts and properties along Farnham. We had crime at 40th and Farnham that was included shootings, and it was the area that came to me asking me as if I were elected, would I help them redevelop their neighborhood? And since that time, people like Ms. Stuberg and her husband and Mr. Farho and his wife and a lot of others, Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Mazer, a number of you in the room, we've all worked together and we created this process which has worked pretty well. And I think that's kind of where this one, as I've shared with Mr. Noddle, kind of got off the rails on the early end of this project because I don't think any fault of yours that there was a younger associate that kind of got this one going and there wasn't that blank piece of paper that the neighborhood had been accustomed to seeing and being asked, well, what would you like to see on this property? Because like the people who spoke about you, I have high respect for you, and you're doing a lot of great things for this city. But as I've told the neighborhood, because of the ACI overlay, which has been spot on recognized here, you're going to see projects like this that are going to be and produce projects that you're not going to be comfortable with and you're going to oppose. And so my heart on this project, even though it meets the planning department's rules, it meets the law department's rules, it met the planning board's rule, I just cannot support this because I stand in solidarity with the neighborhood on this issue, as we have on a lot of others, whether they were the group homes or whether they were, people just kind of come in and transform something really quickly without going through the process. So that's where I stand, and I will be voting in opposition. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to state that the building or the improvement on this parcel is not historic in nature, and I don't think anyone who lives in the neighborhood would claim so. But I know that some of the commentary has been such that it might lead others to believe that it is such, and I just wanted to state for the record that that is not the case here. But truly, the neighborhood is really a patchwork of development. And I met with the neighborhood group this morning. I've had conversations with others along the way, as well as the developer. I will state that I think, I know I'm not going to make any friends by this comment, but I would suggest to you, I think the original design was probably the superior of the two that have been shown so far. But architecture's subjective, and one person's like might be someone else's dislike. And as I was saying, this neighborhood has a patchwork of development today. I mean, to the south of Mr. Bance's property, which is 2 parcels south of the subject property, you have apartments across the street, and diagonal is another brick 2-story apartment. The back door neighbor is, I believe those are condos, but about a 6 or 7 story structure, and then kind of the southeast corner of that block, you have another 4 or 5 story building. So I understand, and I'm looking at a letter that Mr. Excuse me?
No, he's talking on
Yeah.
Those in attendance, we've asked that you turn off or silence your cell phones. And it's unfortunate that happened, but I'd ask our Sergeant at Arms to keep an eye on that, please. Thank you. Mr. Harding, sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Now I'll have to remember about where I was. But anyway, I think there was a letter that Mr. Farho sent out to some of the neighborhood leaders asking for support of opposition to this. And I understand it's supposed to be a persuasive letter, but there are some things in there that I find that are just factually incorrect. I'll start with the first one that Mr. Noddle just addressed, where the letter states that, says, by the way, Noddle Homes unsuccessfully bid to purchase this historic 100-year-old home at 518 South 38th, which is, as noted, was just mentioned in recent media accounts about the Montessori school that's going there. Well, I've confirmed with Noddle Development that in no uncertain terms, they never did approach that property owner, the Med Center, about purchasing that. And again, I know it's a persuasive letter, and to say that it's next to 4 historic properties, there may be some historic properties that are next to the subject site. There are also properties that are next to the subject site that I just pointed out earlier that are not. Again, architecture is subjective. His letter goes on to say the design detracts from the historic Blackstone residential neighborhood. Again, I think that's a matter of taste. This is this has gone through the planning department, it's gone through through the planning board. I think it's consistent with the master plan. I think you've heard some of that mentioned here today. I'm going to ask the planning director to make some comments on the issues of waivers here in a second. But this type of product, I think, is going to be additive to the neighborhood. I think it's going to increase the value of the neighborhood. This is not described as one of the other opponents described as, you know, kind of shoddy materials being used to develop the site. It will be a quality, high-end product. To the issue of listening to the neighborhood, I was at the first planning board meeting when this came up, and I know there were some contentious points, but it was decided that there'd be a 30-day layover. There'd be discussions with the developer to see what, if any, not guaranteed, what, if any, accommodations or alterations might be acceptable. I think one of the nice things about this, I agree with the access egress point moved. I think that makes for a better site and better connection to the neighborhood. Again, I preferred the first design, but I appreciate that the second design reduced the number of units. It tried to pick up some of the architectural details of some of the other properties in the neighborhood with a mansard roof. So I think there were attempts to accommodate some of the requests of the neighbors. But I'll ask Mr. Fanslow if you could comment on using the PUR and the waivers that are being requested, and is it out of line, or is it uncommon to have some of these requests and work with those? That was the end of the sentence.
Okay, great.
And work with those.
Yeah, Dave Fanslow, City Planning. I think your question was, are PURs, is this a kind of a typical PUR type waiver thing? And so I'll speak to that. The PUR was approved, the PUR tool that we have on the books was approved by City Council in July of 2014. And its intent was its main attempt was to help redevelop the developed parts of our city in a more thoughtful way than what maybe we had been experiencing years before that. The PUR comes with a pretty strict set of design standards, and when I say design standards, I mean site design standards, building design standards. We basically baked in Article 22, which is the Urban Design Code, into the PUR process. You know, this site contains, as people have pointed out and as we've known for almost 8 years now, this site is zoned with the ACI overlay. That overlay has been in place since about October of 2012. There was public outreach. There was notification throughout the city of any parcels or any properties that were going to be affected by the ACI overlay, and it's extensive. It's north, south, east, west. This particular section of ACI was approved again back in late 2012, so that overlay has been in place. That overlay also comes with, if you want to call it protections, again, building design, building materials, build-to setbacks. So, and ACI typically promotes walkable residential neighborhoods. So it automatically decreases some of those setbacks. And I guess I'd like to note that this project is not asking for any street yard setbacks. That's all ACI compliant. I'll add, and then maybe I'll wait for you to ask me more questions. I know the neighborhood pretty well. We've, you know, I've been through the neighborhood. I don't live in the neighborhood, but we've had a number of projects recently in the last 5-10 years in the area. I think if you took a look at a large percentage of the parcels as they are developed today, And if you compared that to the zoning that exists on those parcels today, a large percentage of the structures in this neighborhood would probably require some type of waivers because these buildings were obviously, the neighborhood was obviously developed way before the current zoning code. And this council has heard me say a number of times that our zoning code is suburban in nature. So how do we thoughtfully redevelop our older parts of our city? And we have used, I think very successfully, the PUR tool to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I think I'll close by just a couple things. One, Mrs. Stuberg was quoting from an article, I believe, from Klinkenberg and about the 3 challenges. And as I sat here, and I'd like to read through that if she has a copy of it at some point, but I would certainly say from at least what I was hearing of what Klinkenberg was saying is many of those comments were describing exactly what this project is trying to do and trying to add to the neighborhood. Again, it's, you know, there's a patchwork of different types of structures here, both multifamily and single family. You know, maybe what we should be proposing is to tear down the apartments that are there currently and do something else with those. But I know that's not what we're here to discuss and not what you would be supportive of. This parcel is zoned R6. It's not, you know, you could have something there other than a single family dwelling as it sits today. And the last thing I think I'll close with, at least at this point, is that with all the work that that's been done in the Blackstone area and downtown and Destination Midtown and UNMC and what plans there are for the immediate neighborhood, what we need to be, I think, providing to not only our current citizens, but those who might be looking to relocate here for some of those opportunities presented by the Med Center and other employers in the area, as well as citywide, is we need to have different housing stock options. And this certainly, I think, addresses one of those needs, and I think it's being done in a very professional and sensitive manner. I know some will disagree with that statement, but I do think that it's being done in the proper way with the proper type of development and offering that option for those to come and live in the area. You got to remember that the people who are going to live here, they want to be your neighbors too. They want to live in the environment and enjoy the things that you enjoy of the neighborhood today. Those are the same people that want to share in those same amenities, not only in the immediate neighborhood, but in our city. So I'll be supportive of this. I know there are others that want to make comments, and I might have a couple later, but I'll yield time at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember Harding. Councilmember Festerson, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just thank both the proponents and opponents for being here on this one. I think it is a difficult issue to try and reconcile, as these things often are, when we talk about new development in historical areas and residential areas. We have another one kind of like this coming, I think, to us that was also approved by the Planning Board in the Dundee area in coming weeks. So I think Mr. Noddle has gone the extra mile in trying to address some concerns. I was just briefed this morning as well, but in following this through the process, I think he probably has gone up and above of what he had to do to get through the Planning Board and get the Planning Department's approvals on this. But at the same time, I appreciate and understand the concerns I heard this morning from the neighbors and the neighborhood associations who have concerns about size and want it smaller, and they don't like the build to the street setbacks and some of the other things, including design and architecture and landscaping that we're talking about here today. And I'm very familiar with this area. The two historic homes on either side, I knew very well as a kid and have gone through many times. So I get that perspective, and I understand the concern we're hearing today. A couple questions I had, I think, were also for Mr. Fanslaw. I think Councilman Harding is right that this is base zoning R6. which means something much different could come in this, on this property that is very different than this, but also maybe less attractive than this. I want to talk to you a little bit about the PUR as well, and also the ACI designation. So the waivers that are causing some concern to neighbors aren't a separate process through the Zoning Board of Appeals or anything like that. They are included in the PUR on which we're voting today. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, yes. Dave Fansloff, that is correct.
And that's done intentionally, so the planning department can kind of guide these principles and guide in a better way urban development, right?
Yeah, correct. Like I said before, the PUR comes with the highest standard of buildings guidelines that we have, and that's Article 22 of the zoning code, and also we use our infill development guidelines to guide that process as well. So yeah, going through this process, it requires better building materials, transparency, stuff like that, instead of just going to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
And I support the PUR designation for that reason, in general, conceptually. And in this case, for those that aren't familiar with what these waivers mean, we're talking about things like minimum rear yard, maximum height, maximum impervious coverage, buffering, off-street parking, things of that nature that are included in that. My other question to you, as it applies to zoning, is the ACI designation. So I'm generally supportive of that too, and that was a direct outgrowth of the Omaha by Design effort to improve design and appearance throughout the city. And in general, the initial efforts to adopt ACI throughout the city were along main corridors, like a Dodge Street and like a 24th Street and a 72nd Street and a 90th Street. That's an accurate statement, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say it's accurate.
Is it also somewhat rare that an entire neighborhood or most of a neighborhood would share that designation like this does?
No, not in certain areas. We laid down the ACI and the MCC on a lot of the major corridors in town, but when it came to downtown, midtown, those areas, South Omaha, it's more of a neighborhood-wide application than it is just related to the corridor.
Okay. And to me, that's an interesting question that's raised in this conversation, because I definitely see how ACI applies to the main street corridors and commercial areas and why that would be beneficial in almost every circumstance. But I could see why some of the concerns being presented today are a little bit different. Is it always appropriate to build to the street in a residential area or areas that might have this designation that aren't, main corridors? That's I think an open question we're experiencing today. The last thing I'll maybe observe for now, and then yield the floor, is that we've had this conversation in Planning Committee quite a bit recently that I think we're experiencing here today. And to me, it's an interesting confluence of events or concepts, you might say, that I think we do need to reconcile going forward as a community as to how we're going to handle these things. And some of those elements to me are when we talk about the Urban Core Committee and how the effort to increase density, particularly in the eastern part of the city, is a good thing. And that is a good thing for lots of reasons. A couple of years ago, for the first time, we experienced more residential units being improved east of 72nd Street than west of 72nd Street ever in recent history. And that's a very positive thing, I think, for city services and for the future of our city that has to have a strong core to be successful. We have a planning department that's pursuing transit-oriented development, which I think is also positive conceptually, especially as it applies to public transit, like we're going to see with the Orbit line once that is finally done and established. The theory being increased density around public transit is a good thing to support that public transit, but to also support transit and transportation throughout the community. But then frequently in those conversations, we have neighborhood associations expressing concern, like we do today, with some of those concepts of density, and definitely as it applies to single-family homes along those areas, and definitely as it applies to historic character in those instances. And I think that's important to note too, and is legitimate. And then lastly, a testifier today talked about the missing middle housing, and I think that's also part of this conversation. So missing middle likes density, but they don't like this kind of density. And so I think that's something we have to reconcile too when we're trying to figure these things out into a coherent policy going forward. So I wanted to observe those things and let folks know that we are talking about that as a planning committee, and are attuned to it. And I think further engagement is needed on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Festerson. Councilmember Gray, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to start with kind of an editorial comment, if I will. When you look at it, it depends on your perspective as you're looking at these things. And for me, as I sit here and listen to the discussion and listen to the debate back and forth, I would, on one hand, consider you all lucky. And the reason I say that is because I would love to have this kind of discussion in North Omaha. I would love to have it. And it's not, and it doesn't exist right now, with the exception of maybe one or two developers who are attempting to do some work in North Omaha with affordable housing and affordable apartments and so forth. So I look at it from a little bit different perspective, and I would say to you all that no matter how this vote were to go today, I would consider you all lucky compared to other parts of the city where we have significantly more challenges. Having said that, it is a balancing act in this. It is a balancing act because when several of us first got on this council, one of the things that we were tasked to do, several of us who lived in the eastern part of the city, we were tasked to develop our areas and develop our areas in a way where we could bring people back to the urban core. And I think to a certain extent we have done that, though we have not done it always in the ways that neighborhoods and neighborhood associations would like for us to do it. But I will say that, you know, we do have an obligation, first of all, to create different types of income housing in an area. I am concerned, and I know most of you who have read the paper or listened to the news anywhere, I know you know that I am heavily involved in every effort that I can think of to work on affordable housing in the area, to tiny homes, to container homes, to other things that I've been working on so that, you know, we can address a significant need in our community for affordable housing. Getting back to this area that you all are talking about, though, and I would say that from a certain perspective, especially mine, I would consider you all lucky to be having this debate. I wish we had it in North Omaha. But I do believe that based on what the planning department has put forward, based on what I know our developer has done in the past, his record of achievement is solid. I know that there are things that I wish that you all wish we could see happen in that area. But when we're talking about infill, when we're talking about development, when we're talking about developers taking a risk in areas in the urban core, I don't want us to run the risk of, especially when they have met all of the rules and all of the guidelines by the planning department, that we turn around and say no. I think that sends a different message to other developers who are looking at the urban core with potential projects that they would like to do, some that are on the drawing board. So even though I understand the concerns that the neighbors have in this particular instance, I think this building is as appropriate as any that you can come with, because as was pointed out, this is an R6 zoning. You could really get something that you don't like if we turn this down. So for me, infill is important. To me, mixed incomes are important, as you've seen at Highlander and 75 North and other places like that, which are few and far in between. But for me, I'll be supporting this project simply because we have an obligation, and I think we have to be careful when someone meets all of the criteria and meets all of the waivers, and those waivers are necessary, that we try in every manner that we can to support this project. So I'll be voting to support it today. And I know that's not what some people want to hear, but again, from perspective, I would love to have this debate in North Omaha. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Vice President Palermo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do have to take a couple deep breaths because you got me energized, Councilmember Gray, because this is true. There isn't a developer in town that hasn't heard me say I have some affordable dirt in District 4 for them, including Mr. Noddle, which is part of this discussion today. We would love to have you in District 4 for these projects. I didn't have a bunch to say about this until the neighborhood associations, especially those in South Omaha, had reached out to me with this coalition and this email expressing to me to decline this. And so as we read many items and do our research, I thought, well, I know this area, but let me see how well I know it. So what I did is I actually drove here yesterday. And I'll be honest, I went to North 38th first, and I stopped at the corner of 500 North 38th, and I thought, oh my gosh, look at these beautiful houses. There's no way this could possibly go in this neighborhood. And then I realized it was south. So I went back to South 38th, and I shouldn't admit that, but I did. And I stopped in front of this house on the corner on 38th. I looked it up, and it was the Brandeis Mansion. And it was a wow factor because this is an amazing home. And I thought back to who lived there and the parties they hosted. And as I looked to the east, I mean, I'll be honest, I looked to the east and I seen this house and I thought, that place doesn't belong here. So I walked the neighborhood and I thought to myself, this is going to be full of residential properties. And it's not. It's multi-unit after multi-unit besides the few residential houses that are there. Now, this is unfortunate, but this happened long before we were ever here, whoever allowed these homes to go. But now we have to think about what's going on in this area. And when you believe in the urban core and you believe in high density, these are the projects you want to see. Sure, I'd love to see them in District 4, but unfortunately, this is where we're at now. So there was many questions on, you know, how much bigger is this than the house that's there? Well, it is bigger than the house that's there, but I don't think it's as big as the whatever it is to the east of it, which wasn't near as beautiful as this project. I like the second version of this. I think it fits better. I applaud Noddle for going above and beyond, which I'm sure isn't cheap, to change designs of this nature. So we heard that it's out of place, and I don't think it's out of place. I feel for the neighbors that have beautiful homes, because they do. But honestly, as I walk this neighborhood, I thought all these old multi-unit places, those owners of those should beautify them more to maybe look like this design you're going to have on this corner. So thanks for getting me fired up, Councilmember Gray. But it's the truth. Here we are today. I feel for the few residents in this area, but truth be told, what you should be doing as a neighborhood is going around to these multi-units that had different code violations that should have been taken care of, and that's what you should be doing to take care of the neighborhood. I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President Palermo. No further lights. We have a motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
No.
Mr. President.
No.
Motion passed 5-2. Item 16, an ordinance to rezone property located at 2501 Elm and 2906 South 25th Streets from GI District to R4 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 16 begins at this time. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
Melton. Pauls.
Yes.
Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 16 is approved 7-0. Item 17, an ordinance to rezone property located at 2514 and 2524 Leavenworth Street from DS District to CBD District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 17 begins at this time. Are there any proponents or opponents? The public hearing is closed, and I would just commend the planning department for extending the CBD out on Leavenworth to this point, which we've been talking about for a number of years, and I think this will promote a development along that area in a much needed area. And I applaud the owner of this particular business for his investment in this corridor. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 17 is approved, 7-0. Item 18, an ordinance to rezone property located at 1405 South 13th Street from GI District to MBD District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 18 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Yes. Paul Nelson with Penn Architect, 1331 Ridgewood Avenue. I'm here on behalf of my client, Dundee Bank. We are requesting your approval of this rezoning. What your consideration will allow is their ability to create a new branch on 13th Street. And it would be a wonderful thing to have Dundee Bank have another location in Omaha, especially this neighborhood. I find that the work that's been done so far down there is excellent. I've been involved in some of it, but we could sure use some more diversity and different use types in that area, and so that would be what would allow them to proceed with the project. So, thank you.
So you'll have Dundee Bank in Dundee, you'll have Dundee Bank in Blackstone, and if this passes, you'll have Dundee Bank in Little Bohemia?
That's correct, and we're going to keep the sign.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 18 is approved, 7-0. Item 19, an ordinance to create street improvement district number 2019-06 to improve Walnut Street from South 76th Avenue to South 78th Street.
The public hearing on item 19 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Hi there. I'm Justin Koenig. I live at 1802 South 76th Avenue. I do want this to proceed. The road is in really terrible shape, of course. It's like the surface of the moon. But I am one of two homeowners who live on 76th Avenue. And so for that reason, Walnut is the street, of course, being improved. We have side frontage to the road, and myself and the Parr family, the other house, we have really no use for this road at all. And so I just want to, object basically to the cost. I mean, it's $22,800.
So you're an opponent?
Arguably, yes. I would.
So-
I don't know. I'd like to have relief, perhaps. I'd like to figure out a different way to do this.
Well, we can follow up at a later time, but this, as I understand, we'll get the rest of the proponents and opponents heard, but I'll get you some answers to what your options are.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other proponents? Those are people testifying in favor. Are there any opponents, those who are opposed to this? The public hearing is closed. Is Heather Tippy Pierce here?
Heather Tippy Pierce, Public Works.
The resident has abutting property to the proposed street improvement project and has concern about how the assessment would apply to him and what his options are, and I just want to have you do some Q&A. As I understand it, if this passes, does it begin the protest period? Or is this the final process here?
Right. So this is the this particular item is the final reading on the creation ordinance. So this basically just establishes that we have a district. Later on in the agenda, should this pass, there will be a resolution directing the publication of this this district. Once that publication happens, there starts a 30-day protest period. So at that point, any property owners who are new to the area, whose circumstances have changed, or who were in opposition to begin with, can lodge a formal petition against this district. If a majority of property owners by front footage to the project should lodge such petition, then the district would be closed, and we would not move forward.
And then what is the ultimate step-by-step process for if he wants to challenge the assessment? So let's just say this is
Sure.
approved, there's no the protest either doesn't exist or isn't successful, then it's put out to design, and construction, and then gets to the assessment process. This person, like any other person, would still have the right to come to the Board of Equalization of the City Council to contest and argue why they don't believe the assessment levied on their property is fair. Is that correct?
That is correct. The particular assessment to individual properties are dealt with around the time of the Board of Equalization. And what was provided to the property owners with the mailing that went along with this ordinance is an estimated assessment. As you indicated, Councilmember Jerem, no design has been completed, no bids have been taken. So this is kind of based on market conditions, our best guess as to what this will cost. The precise amount that each property will be assessed is
To be determined.
to be determined and open to argument at the Board of Equalization.
Thank you. So in answer to your questions, you have a number of steps left in this process to have your voice heard. You can, if you decide you want to oppose this, you can, if this passes and then later on the next item passes, you can begin a petition process to protest with 50% plus one. This stops. If the process moves forward through design and then bid letting, that agenda item comes to the council. So if it's sticker shock at that point, if enough people come forward and urge the council to deny or reject the bids, reject the contract to bid it, then that can stop the process. And then if the process moves forward and you're assessed, you still have one last chance after the project's done and the assessment is levied to the property or proposed to be. You can appeal that assessment by filing an appeal with the city clerk within the right time period. Come here and argue why you believe that you shouldn't be assessed as proposed. Not making any promises to you as to how that will go forward. I wouldn't count on that process because of the laws on direct and indirect benefits on these things, even with the side yards. But those are the options that would remain to you. Thank you. What's the pleasure of the council? Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 19 is approved, 7-0. Item 20, an ordinance to create street improvement district number 2019-07 to improve Ames Avenue from North 85th Street to North 87th Street.
The public hearing on item 20 begins at this time. Are there any proponents? Those in favor?
Hi, Council. My name is Dan Miller. I live at 8727 Ames Avenue. Just a little history of this project, or this history of this road. It's an unimproved road. Over the time I've lived there, it's been improved with an overlay that held up for up to 15 years. And this last time that it was done, we recognized deficiencies in the standard. I came and argued to you successfully, and you awarded us that we didn't have to pay for this road. So in fact, it came to fruition that the road is falling apart. We last year came together as a neighborhood and agreed to elevate the standard to cement and storm sewers. And to Heather Tippy Pierce's credit, she acknowledged honestly that the paperwork got lost. And so therefore we are subject to a year delay, which means a greater cost to the neighborhood. And so what I come before you today to propose is that we, as a neighborhood, are only required to pay for the costs of 2000 or the last session, whatever those dates would be. I realize she can't give a firm number, but yet we're being held, in perpetuity on what could be based on a lot of factors in the economy, et cetera.
So let me ask you, because there appears to be a little bit of confusion today. It sounds like you are opposing the
No,
proposal
I'm not opposing at all. I'm
because
proposing the project which our whole neighborhood is supporting, to my knowledge. There's one other member here, I'm not sure.
but you just don't want to pay what's proposed to be paid.
I'm looking for accountability because, as I said,
Is that a yes or a no? You don't want to pay what's proposed to be paid?
that's a yes.
Okay. So you are a partial proponent and partial opponent.
Well,
You want the project, you just don't want to pay as per the formula prescribed.
yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay.
And also, I'm looking for accountability because I have, the record of the history where we got a substandard, essentially just came out through a project at us, and we were expected to pay. Had I not come down here, we'd have that history to live with. So the other
Thank
thing.
you. Now, let me ask you, you made a statement for the record that the property owner submitted something a year ago to Public Works. Was that a petition?
I don't know the exact term, but
So you said, what is it you were saying was submitted and what was lost, so the record is clear?
we were submitting an agreement to do what we're agreeing to again, this proposal before you, to have our road improved.
Okay.
So we were, I guess, informed of certain prices at that time. We agreed to it. We thought the road would be done by now. So time went by. I eventually went down and say, where are we? And Heather looked back, and it was basically forgotten.
All right, well, we'll have Ms. Tippy Pierce come up in a minute because there's some body language that perhaps not everyone can see that we'll have her address herself.
Okay, that's fine. I can't see it either, so I'm here for the truth, is what I'm here for.
Do you have anything else to add?
I do.
Please proceed.
Speaking to accountability, my name is on here twice, so I would be subject to paying twice, which would be $27,000, $778 times 2. And I think the discrepancy comes from, at one time, we did have 2 addresses within this road, but because we can't put a home on this zoning where septic tanks aren't allowed, certain of our homes still have septic tanks.
So it's 2 parcels?
Yes.
Okay.
But now it's 1. We did that legally, and I'm still being looked at as like I'm going to pay twice. There's
So
also,
I'm sorry, just so the record's clear, you went through an administrative replat and you had the 2 parcels put back into 1?
right,
Okay, thank you.
and I just came from downstairs and had that verified. So I think it's just an accountability problem.
Do you have that paperwork with you? We can make part of the record?
I do.
Great.
And there's also a home on here. You want it this way?
Yeah, they'll turn on the light for you, and then you can adjust if it doesn't look right. You got it right.
There's also a home listed as one owner that actually has 2 addresses. So we have an owner of property that's leasing 2 homes and essentially being charged for 1 property, it appears. And so again, looking at accountability, if we're coming forth as individual homeowners willing to pay up to $30,000 to contribute to a road that not only our neighbors use, but a multitude of other neighbors, it's become a thoroughfare. And so we're proposing this idea or this plan, but I think there should be.
Yeah, it's the opinion of the chair that you are an opponent at this point. So that's the way we will reflect your remarks.
Okay.
Because you are, the number of
Concerns.
statements you've made, and it's not to criticize you, it's my opinion you are an opponent.
As it stands, I guess I'm an opponent. But foundationally, we're for it. So I'm not sure how you want to clear that up. But we hope it goes forward, but with some accountability. I think there should be a traffic study done to look at the volume of traffic, and it's essentially just a split cost with the city. I think the city really owns more than we do because of what it contributes.
Did you, just so we can keep this moving, did you hear the previous agenda item number 19, the person had questions?
Yeah.
And do you understand your options if this passes today and the corresponding agenda item passes in this form? It triggers, then you would have the right to do the protest petition to have this one stopped and then initiate a new one, and that would allow you to address all these issues at the front end. But ultimately, you have the back end of the process with the Board of Equalization, where you can come back and challenge the assessments, which would include for your own properties. Okay, so there's two options. This can either be stopped by a petition if this passes and then the next item passes, by the protest process, or it can be stopped when it comes time for the contract to come before the council, or after it's done, you can protest the valuations. Okay? Is there anything else you'd like to say for your testimony?
I'm not sure it's appropriate based on what you just said, if it's now is the time. So.
Okay. Well, if there's anything you have in writing that you'd like to add to your remarks that could be made a part of the record, and I would suggest you make the one thing that shows you only have one parcel, not two, and if you'd hand that to our clerk, it'll be a part of the record. Are there any other individuals who wish to testify in favor of this item? Seeing none, are there any other opponents here to testify in opposition to this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Festerson, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is in my district in the Keystone area, and Mr. Miller is correct in his description of the history here, which has been very difficult for the neighborhood, and it's been a tough process, I think, for everyone involved. And the council did handle this appropriately when this first came to our attention, which was the resurfacing on an unimproved street that did not go well and is certainly substandard and still is substandard today, by not making the neighborhood pay for that project and proceeding in a different fashion like we're experiencing today. And in fact, the Public Works Department won't use that type of resurfacing ever again, I think, in the city to try and do a street because it was not successful. Fast forward a few years, I guess, we now have the unimproved street policy that was happening sort of at the same time as some of these concerns, and that's what we have today and has led to this process. So I do think the best way to get this finally resolved is to do what the neighborhood has done, which is to submit the petition and to get that process moving and to elect a SID, so a cement and storm sewer solution with curbs that the city will then maintain in perpetuity if done, and finally get this addressed for the long term. So I'm glad they're proceeding. I did receive some opposition from neighbors, similar to some of the comments Mr. Miller was just making. I think mostly around the issue of cost or potential cost. Right now what we have is an estimate, but one letter of concern sent to us was not knowing the final cost yet, and how that would impact individual property owners. They were quite concerned about being able to afford that in the future, which is understandable. These aren't cheap, even when the city matches 50%, which is the proposition here. So I would reiterate what Mr. Jerem indicated on the previous item in terms of process. This is just the first part of the process whereby a district gets established because the neighborhood, or a majority of the neighborhood, has indicated they want to do that. But should this become a problem in the subsequent steps or when costs are finalized, and if the majority of folks in that petition don't want to proceed, then I, for one, will support you in not proceeding. We're not going to make you do anything you don't want to do. But I do think you've proceeded wisely so far in trying to get it addressed for the long term. That's also true if the final estimate comes in over 15% of the initial estimate, a whole new petition process is required. So there's that kind of stopgap too. Ms. Tippy Pierce, if you would, I'll let you address anything you want to address in what has been a long process. I think it is accurate to say that the paperwork that was submitted in the last year did go unaccounted for and did cause a delay in the project. But I will also say that I think the Public Works Department acknowledged that and moved this up to the front of the line, which is where it is now today once you got that those materials in order. So I'll let you address anything you want to talk about.
Heather Tippy Pierce, Public Works. As you indicated, Councilmember Festerson, this has been a long process. The first pilot program that we did with the Ames Avenue project was a chip seal district. It was a chip seal road maintenance option. As many pilot projects do, we learned a lot, and we learned that that type of bonding material wasn't sufficient to last for the life of a road maintenance district, and that's why the asphalt option is the only option for maintenance districts now. After Board of Equalization, the district regrouped and took a look at their options. That was late 2017 that the department provided an estimate of cost to the neighborhood for several different options, which would include the SID that they've moved forward with. We also looked at the option of doing a full infrastructure improvement, which would also be providing storm sewer and sanitary sewer, so that properties with septics would have some, without septics would have some options, because obviously those connections are not available. The cost at that time was too great for the neighborhood, and they did not move forward with any of those proposed improvement districts. Fast forward another year to late 2018, when a petition was received by the city clerk. It was duly filed and was emailed to me. I was on leave and did not see that email. So nothing was lost, but I missed the email. And what I did later discover when Mr. Miller followed up with us is that the petition was not lost, it was insufficient. They did not have the greater than 50% by front footage to the project that was required to move forward with the district. That put this district into the new policy and the timeline, the 2-year timeline of the new policy. So when they did file enough supplemental petitions with the city clerk to meet that frontage requirement, they were then pulled into this process and became a part of the, as you see before you, 2019 class. This district has, like many projects that the Public Works Department put forward, seen an escalation of costs. We are a very vibrant and robust and building city right now, and a lot of concrete construction has seen a great price escalation. Had the project moved forward with the original estimates in 2017, they may have had their project built by now, but as we've seen with a few other SIDs, we ran into situations where, as Mr. Festerson alluded to, prices were too high, and the districts elected to not move forward until a more reasonable bid price was obtained. So we do have projects from 2017 that are just now, headed towards their final closeouts and final items to punch list and correct. That'll happen this spring. So this is a very long process when we're looking at a street improvement district. And by the nature of properly designing a standard improvement, you do have some of those market fluctuations that will happen between estimates, which is why we have a multiple estimate and multiple communication process where we have multiple points of going back to the neighborhood, as Councilmember Jerem correctly alluded to and as Councilmember Festerson reiterated. And so this is the first step for this district to take that bull by the horns, if you will, to get a standard improvement out in their neighborhood, and for ultimately the city to be able to take over that improvement for the long-term maintenance. So that's kind of the history and the current standing of this particular district as the Public Works Department has it. And we're happy to answer any further questions the council may have.
Thanks. So in summary, it's been a long road, right?
Long road.
To use a pun. Okay. And based on your comments, I mean, there is no way to know what the cost of the project might have cost a year ago. We don't even know what it will cost this year yet until we have actual bids, right?
That's correct. And what we've put forward, just like with the previous case, is our best estimation of to what the probable construction cost will be based on bid histories and the type of project we're taking on. We will get a further refined estimate once design is completed. The engineer's estimate will have a lot more information behind it and likely be a lot more accurate. But until the contractors come in with here's where the rubber hits the road pricing, we won't know for sure.
And obviously, you'll be double checking all the information on here, all parcels that may or may not be included. But this has been established on front footage, hasn't it?
So per the state statutes and the municipal code, we have to establish the district based on the frontage to the project. The total frontage is calculated through pulling and obtaining GIS data. We do that multiple times through the project. So every time we hit one of those decision points, we do go back and we re-pull the data. So as properties get sold, properties get combined or split, we're checking that throughout the process. And before the Board of Equalization, we do a final check of that as well.
Okay. But combining a property wouldn't change your front footage.
Wouldn't change your front footage, would change potentially an ownership situation.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's all I had for now, and I'll support this today as just sort of the first step, realizing that the neighborhood has, elected to proceed in a majority way, but realizing there are several more steps in the process here that may or may not come to fruition. And Mr. Miller, I saw you just jump out of your seat if you want to address one more thing. So that was a motion.
According to how I read this most recent notice, it's per property owner. Is that not correct?
Street front footage per parcel. Is that correct?
Okay, well, if that's what it is, that's what it is, but there's also in here, and I emailed and wasn't able to get a response from Heather's department to clarify this, but it says
Right. Did you hear that?
no, I didn't.
I didn't mean to
Councilmember
interrupt.
Melton, I'm
Well-
sorry to interrupt Councilmember Festerson, but if he'll yield for a minute, then the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. The neighborhood can actually make that determination. And Heather, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I can't see you at all. But what it is the default is per linear square foot. So whether you own one parcel or three parcels, they're just going to add up the number of feet, unless the neighborhood can vote, though, to do something different.
That's what I was going to bring up. It says in this language, should a different methodology be desired, the district in its entirety would need to agree and present that in writing. District in its entirety, I asked for a definition on that, or a clarification on that wording. That's all I'm asking for is what does it mean? Because we've come together as a neighborhood each time we've done this improvement, and we've paid for it.
Let me answer your question. The process we follow is, as we outlined before, and to change if this passes and the next item passes, then you do the protest, then you do a new petition with your new formula, and it would be 50% plus one. Heather's shaking her head no.
If I could indulge the council, Heather Tippy, Pierce Public Works. We're talking about two separate issues, I think. To create a district, which is the action that's happening here, we need a simple majority based on linear front footage to the project. I think what Mr. Miller is discussing is the assessment recommendation, which by policy, the default is by number of properties. So we would take the estimate, divide by the number of properties within the district, and that's what I was addressing with Councilmember Festerson, that at multiple points during the process, we go back and we pull and look at the record ownership as far as number of properties and the record owner.
His question was on changing the methodology.
The methodology can be changed. It does not have to happen via petition. It just is simply the neighborhood in its entirety needs to come to consensus. So, and that consensus needs to be presented in writing. Some neighborhoods have elected to change their methodology, and they've done a secret ballot that gets mailed in to us. Others have circulated a petition amongst themselves and had the ownership sign.
Majority rules.
majority rules.
That's what the clarification I need.
So,
So
yep.
majority is all I need?
Yes, sir.
Partially why I came for.
You got it.
Communications.
Thank you. Mr. Festerson, the floor is still yours.
I made a motion, and I'll yield the floor.
And we have a light by Councilmember Palermo, Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Heather Tippy Pierce, please. As a seasoned veteran, I appreciate you staying close to the microphone. So what I believe is every time that we see an SID or RMD, you're going to have folks that are here that love getting the new road but don't want to pay for it, because we know once upon a time the city at one point on all these unapproved roads took care of them. I mean, we drove by one today on 37th and H that if you didn't have four-wheel drive, just don't even venture to go that way, but that's a different story. So explain to me during this petition process, because I know not every RMD and SID are available for either or, but as you're doing this estimate, because we've known in the past where somebody has said, give me the SID, and they're like, whoa, oh my gosh, no way, even, we have the money, but there's no way we're paying for that. Are you given estimates based on what is being asked for both the RMD and SID, whether they ask for it or not?
Heather Tippy Pierce, Public Works. Under the new process, district representatives or people inquiring about the process can request one, the other, or both. In this case, back in 2017, we provided a number of different options, which included asphalt. It also included concrete and estimated costs, so that while the exact dollar amount is an unknown, the scale of what an SID would cost or what an RMD would cost has remained relatively consistent. So in that case, we did provide those numbers for the 2017 proposal. What was included with the materials that they were sent, since we are creating an SID, was an SID only.
So then tell me what happens if the majority agrees that the SID costs too much and they're now interested in the RMD?
Heather Tippy Pierce, Public Works. We do have a precedent where districts have come forward with a petition to amend the material. So basically, they've agreed that an improvement needs to be made. They want to keep the district. They don't want to protest out the district, because that actually starts a 24-month waiting period per our municipal code. But the material that they've selected as a part of the initial petition was not the material they want to continue with. So a petition to amend was put forward in a couple of different instances, got a simple majority. We went through a public hearing process just like this, and when those petitions moved forward, we were able to then change the materials used in those districts and correspondingly the cost.
So tell me, is there a cost difference in whoever estimates this to give both options?
We, if you're asking, do we have an RMD estimate at this time for this district? Not with current pricing. That can be provided, but we do not have one at this time.
What I was asking, if somebody gets together a petition process, would it cost any more to have both of these numbers handy, estimate-wise?
It does not. It's just a matter of, it takes a little bit longer to generate both estimates, but if they want both estimates, that can be provided to them. And there is a methodology in the request process where they can select that.
Okay. Might be something great to talk about in Public Works Committee then. So thank you very much. If I could ask Director Stubbe, you wanted to say a couple words.
Yes, thank you, Bob Stubbe, Public Works. So there's no question that this is a complicated process, and this is good discussion today. There's a couple points I wanted to make. One, Council President mentioned about the Board of Eke, and there is something that I want to make sure it's clear to the affected property owners, is that a number of years back, it used to be that the assessment period was 10 years, and this state legislature made a change. Council approved the ability to go to 20 years. So if costs become difficult. There's no question that we've extended that assessment period out for potentially 20 years. Again, it's dependent upon what the total cost is. The other thing I want to mention is with regard to chip seal. Chip seal is not a resurfacing type of methodology. It is something that can be used. Obviously, per policy, it's not something the city will participate on. So the city will participate on concrete, and the city will participate on an actual resurfacing project. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Stubbe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. No further lights. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 20 is approved 7-0. Item 21, an ordinance to create road maintenance district number 2019-08 to improve Francis Street from Mullen Road to Brookside Avenue.
The public hearing on item 21 begins at this time. All those who wish to testify in favor as proponents, please come forward. Are there any opponents who wish to be heard? Please come forward. The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 21 is approved 7-0. Item 22, an ordinance to create road maintenance district number 2019-09 to improve South 91st Avenue from Pacific Street to Hickory Street and Poppleton Avenue.
The public hearing on item 22 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Paul Vonderfecht, 1315 South 92nd Circle. I led this project with our neighborhood. There was 48 properties, 47 households, and 1 church. In a basically 2.5-week period, which we had available to us, we received notarized signatures for 30 households. There would have been 4 more that were out of town, and then one of those, as I said, was a church, and they didn't have sufficient time to get their board together. So basically 35 out of 48, 75% approval. So just asking for a vote in affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 22 is approved 7-0. Item 23, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow personal improvement services in the GI district located at 10729 J Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing on item 23 begins at this time. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 23 is approved 7-0. Item 24, an application to consider a Class CG liquor license for Backlot Tap House located at 2110 South 67th Street, Suite 110.
The public hearing on item 24 begins at this time. Are there any proponents?
Mike Barstow on behalf of 313 Pizza Partners, doing business as Backlot Tap House at 2110 South 67th Street in Omaha, and we're just asking for your approval on our permanent liquor license.
Welcome. Are you part of the Barstow family with the cinema next door?
I am. Bill is my father.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? The public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 24 is approved 7-0. Item 25, a long-form application to consider a Class C liquor license for Rain Ultra Lounge located at 8919 North 30th Street. Ace Communication opposition.
Before we begin this proceeding, the chair will announce this is not a public hearing. This proceeding's being conducted under Omaha Municipal Code Section 15-33. And we will proceed under the rules of procedure for those hearings under that chapter and section. And at this time, we'd call, per the rules, first for the presentation of evidence by the applicant. I will be administering the oath that each person testifying will swear and affirm that their testimony is true under penalty of perjury. Mr. Overton, please approach the mic, state your name and address, and I'll administer the oath.
James Overton, Rain Lounge, 8919 North 30th Street, Omaha 68112.
Do you, raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm your testimony and presentation will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed to present evidence.
Basically, I just got a couple of statements to actually go ahead and make in our behalf. You know, we've been through this route, like I said, a couple times going through the actual whole law enforcement process. We've cooperated with each of the actual requests the city's made as far as us actually going ahead and actually bringing it off through the OPD and actually going ahead and actually bringing in additional security. We've still had the same issues with the actual city as far as them vacating the property actually to the west of us as far as the actual being available for us to actually go ahead and acquire from either the state or the city. That hasn't actually come to fruition yet. We've approached the actual Omaha Public Library in regards to additional parking to try to resolve some of our parking problems and issues. We had in the contract or an agreement with Action MUD that they rescinded upon that actually was supposed to give us additional parking and different things going on. A lot of the actual issues that I hear that the neighbors have is actually the actual crowds and noise and different things, but we're doing business in a business district. We're no different than Blackstone. We're no different than Benson. We're no different than any of these actual places, the Capital District, any of them. Like I said, basically, our actual property is zoned properly. It was actually sequestered properly and actually go ahead and actually delegated to us to do the business that we're doing. Yes, our crowds can be actually large, but I have done what we can to actually go ahead and mitigate the issues that we've had with those crowds. We've hired the appropriate security. We've got the actual possible help that we've needed to actually go ahead and mitigate the issues that we had up until this point. At this point, like I said, I think as far as us actually trying to work with the neighbors, we've done what we can. I've always had an open door policy to whereas they could walk inside of our establishment and actually voice their opinion or say anything as far as regards to what they're actually seeing and how we can actually do things better. Now that we've gotten to this point, like I said, I want to also bring up the actual fact that there is a limited amount of entertainment in North Omaha. It's an underserved community. I took the time last night to do some research, and one of the actual articles I was able to read is like one of the worst neighborhoods, not from an actual crime perspective or from an actual, how can I say it, people perspective, but I will say it was actually from an actually amenities perspective, was Florence. Like I said, it was #1 on their list, like I said, for 2020, for lack of actual amenities, for a lack of actual entertainment, population base, all of those different things. #1 was Florence. As it being a gateway to the city of Omaha, it should be represented better. Not to say that what's been going on with us is actually the best thing, but we're doing the best we can to actually go ahead and actually provide a service to the community where there's a lack thereof. We're the only actual type of establishment with the capacity that we have right now that actually services an African American community. When we look at those actual people, I can count on my hand how many actual establishments actually have liquor licenses in North Omaha that actually cater to an African American clientele. And our actual capacity is the largest of them all. And our interior capacity is only 160 people. So that tells you exactly what we're doing. Like I said, overall, we've got a capacity of 500. That's inside and outside. And I'm understanding and actually sympathetic to the neighbors and their issues and everything that they've got going on. I understand that, and I'm not willing not to work with them. But my whole thing about it at this point is, like I said, I've got a lot of people depending on me to make the right decisions and do what I have to do to actually go ahead and maintain these people's livelihoods and take care of their children and their bills and their well-being. I reached out to the Parks Department before. Brooke Bench turned me down as far as meeting with me in regards to actually getting additional parking. I wasn't paying attention. But anyway, like I said, when it comes to it, like I said, I did what I had to do to try to actually go ahead and work with the city within the guidelines and the stipulations that you gave me in order to actually be a successful and business owner in actual Florence. That's it.
Do you have any evidence in the form of exhibits you wish to offer?
No,
in
sir.
Support. Do you have anything additional to add to your presentation?
No, I do not.
Does the city attorney wish to cross-examine the applicant? If we could have a, yeah, there you go, the microphone. Ryan Wiesen, City Attorney's Office.
Ryan Wiesen, Assistant City Attorney. Mr. Overton, in your last appearance before the City Council, you provided some statements in support for your license. And what I'm looking at is what's been marked and what was handed to you earlier is Exhibit 27. And I'll turn specifically to page 42. You stated, quote, "I'm here to actually go ahead and provide a service to the community, not to be a nuisance. These stuff with these people, like I said, literally, they're inebriated, they're drunk," end quote. Do you continue to agree with that statement today, that a lot of the problems that, or the issues that the neighbors have raised with respect to rain have to do with individuals who are drunk or intoxicated, who are then starting fights or making loud noises, and not maybe making the best decisions afterwards?
That's a tavern issue citywide or anywhere worldwide. If in most inebriated places, like I said, people don't make proper decisions. You had an actual fire chief that didn't make proper decisions, whatever, when he was inebriated. So that has nothing to do here or there. Come again.
But would you continue to stand by? Would you continue to stand by that initial statement that the alcohol exacerbates some of those disturbance and fight issues and noise issues as they leave your premises and go into the community?
I would say so, yes. That and actually other actual entities throughout the city, yes.
And are you aware that there's a liquor control regulation, 019.01N, that prohibits the sale to overly intoxicated individuals from a liquor establishment, and it defines intoxication as meaning an impairment of a person's mental or physical facilities as a result of his or her use of alcoholic liquor or drugs so as to diminish the person's ability to think and act in the manner of an ordinary, prudent, and cautious person, and it lists as an example of an indication that somebody is overserved or overly intoxicated is unusual behavior, profanity, fighting, loud, boisterous, obnoxious behavior.
Now, that's one thing that I can say. Like I said in your cross-examination, your question, we don't overserve our patrons. We actually go ahead and cut them off. If they come inside of our establishment and we see that they've already been drinking, that they're already intoxicated, we won't even serve them. We've never been cited or ticket for actually overserving anyone or anybody or serving any minors, ever.
And would you also agree that you have responsibility for the area surrounding your establishment and for the patrons that are leaving your establishment to maintain control of those individuals?
Up until a certain extent. So what I will say is, like I said, at some point there has to be a guideline. You can't actually go ahead and push us all the way back up to Martin Avenue, 30th and Martin Avenue, and actually Ponca Hills and everything along that. At what point is the breaking point? When we've actually pushed our patrons actually from actually parking. When I actually purchased this place, the reason that I did purchase it was because of its location and proximity to neighbors. Because I'd actually seen what the city of Omaha had done previously to other establishments that catered to an African-American clientele in the city. So that's why I actually went ahead and purchased it where I purchased it. So I could isolate that actual issues and that actual traffic and different things along those lines. So now with us actually being forced to actually tell our patrons that they can't park in proximity to the business, they're not stopping to come in. They're actually parking, like I said, on the actual streets and adjacent actual neighborhoods. And like I said, I've done everything I can to work within the city's guidelines to actually go ahead and get the proper parking.
Mr. President, I have no further questions for Mr. Overton at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesen. At this time, the ordinance allows any council member who wishes to cross-examine the applicant to do so. Do I see any? Seeing none, we will now proceed, you may sit down, Mr. Overton, to any individuals who wish to provide testimony in favor of this application. In favor. Mr. Jimenez, please raise your name and address, and I'll administer the oath.
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Burt Street.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I affirm.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the area and revitalization efforts. There is problems with crowds, and it's all over the place. Downtown, especially when the World Series is going on. There's a lot of intoxication going on and misbehavior. Now, to this particular application, I don't pretend to know what the neighbors are going through, but I can say that I don't believe, council members, that setting a headache somewhere else is to do with public safety. And shutting down establishments who are trying to provide a service, excitement in an underserved area is, kind of makes me not want to spend my time in North Omaha and, put an effort into providing a service because of bad actors that can come in into your establishment and disrupt what's going on. And I hope that you guys take that in consideration, that trying to make this work is probably the best way. And I want to just tell the neighbors to think about how they can contribute more to this effort. Thank you.
Hold on. You're now, we have to ask if there's cross-examination.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Wiesen, does the city law department have a cross-examination for Mr. Jimenez?
Nothing at this time.
Do any council members wish to cross-examine Mr. Jimenez? You may sit down. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in favor of this license application? Seeing none, we'll now proceed to subsection 2 of section 1533B, or excuse me, subsection 3, presentation of evidence by persons opposing the license. So do we have a leader who wishes to present evidence in support of the opposition as a leader?
Can we only have one person?
Well, you're allowed to have anyone who wishes to testify in opposition to the license may do so. I just wondered if there was someone who was organized to make a presentation in chief. Then you'll each be allowed to come up who wishes to do so. Name and address first.
Lonnie Albertson, 8901 North 30th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Would you please raise your right hand and take the oath? Thank you.
I sure will.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I sure do. I do.
You may proceed.
Hello, City Council. My name is Lonnie Albertson. My brother and I started Albertson Brothers Glass over 15 years ago. Since Jay started the Rain Lounge over 2.5 years ago, we have had a lot of problems with crowds, parking, and trash. We have had to close our parking lot with the City of Omaha from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week, which means our customers cannot drop off their cars overnight. Jay has tried to make some improvements, but he just gets too big of a crowd for his bar and the parking lot. We wish Jay the best in his business endeavors, but should not be at the expense of the neighborhood. I have quite a few videos. I'm only going to play one. This was from Saturday night. I'll cut it short. So,
are you saying this is from Saturday night, February 1st?
This is from Saturday night.
February,
what's today? It's the 9th. It would be Sunday morning, February 9th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, right here, this is Highway 75, which is 30th Street.
Just so the record reflects, there are four.
There's four cameras. Most of them, they're all picturing Highway 75. This camera right here is facing north.
So the top left on the screen is
The
where
top
we're looking
left. The right top is facing south, kind of shows this is our parking lot. The left top is showing Jay's parking lot. It's showing Highway 75. This container here is our property. Usually there's 2 vehicles parked here also. You're going to see a car cross over here and go up into the parking eventually. As you can see, this is south of us. This is the library on this camera. This is facing south. This is also Highway 75 in this picture. This camera here is facing north. It's also catching Highway 75. There was that car that just went over the island or onto the grass up into the parking. If we fast forward, this is a very long tape, so I'm just going to kind of fast forward it. And we're talking, this is
Let us know what minute or hour, minute mark you moved to.
we're going to 147, I think it was.
Is that 1:47 a.m.?
Yep, Sunday morning. So coming up, we're going to see a fight right here. Can you see my arrow?
Yes.
There's going to be a start of a fight right here that's going to interrupt. They're going to walk, and they're going to walk onto our property to leave. In this video, there's going to be over 95 people that leave his establishment and leave without even getting in a car in his parking lot. So here's the fight starting. So they're walking away. As you can see, these cop cars have already started moving. They're going down, they're jumping the curb to get into the front of the bar because that fight had started. If we go ahead a little bit more, it's still the same group. Now they're coming right here.
Did you move or are you letting it
I moved the time. Here's right here. See that? He pushed on her. Now she's going to come back and swing on him. The security is going to show up. There's 4 security guards that come up. You've got, I think there's at least 4 cop cars, 4 to 5. Now this is where this is happening right here. This is all our property. This is all our property, and this is our property with the library.
So all the screens except the top left.
Yep. So now they're going to move a little bit. They're going to get this disturbed, or it's going to end. They're going to move them forward. And then we're going to go to this left bottom screen. They're walking through. And there's going to be another woman that comes from the left side of the screen on our property, on the bottom left. And she's going to try hitting this guy, who just got hit by the woman that he was walking with. So, I mean, it's a domestic disturbance, whatever you want to call it. Here comes the woman now. She comes swinging at him. And as you can see, there's a lot of people here, security guards. This is a 20-minute tape. So we caught a lot of stuff. There's just a ton of stuff that goes from 12 to 2 o'clock, usually Friday, Saturday nights, sometimes Tuesday.
All right, you can turn the video off and continue with your presentation. If you wish the video to be made a part of the record, we'll have to make sure the thumb drive or something gets handed to the clerk as an
Okay.
exhibit.
That's pretty much what I got to say. I think he's tried changing and he's put some stuff in step. He's just got too big of crowds. We've been there 15 years, 13 of it, we never had any problems. It's a neighborhood bar. I used to bartend at different bars. My ex-mother-in-law owned 2 different bars. One of them was on 42nd and Redmond. I bartended 2 years on Saturday nights. I'm born in North Omaha. My parents still live on the street. I do wish him the best. I wish it would turn out better. He does not have the building, the security, or the parking to carry on what he's got going on. There's going to be more problems.
Thank you,
So-
but before you sit down, we may have cross-examination. Mr. Wiesen, do you wish to cross-examine this witness?
Not at this time.
Do any council members wish to do so? Mr. Overton, you may cross-examine the witness. Well, hold on, we need to get you a microphone. Let's make sure it's powered on, too. And you can sit in the front row there if you wish.
Thank you. Mr. Albertson.
Yes, Mr. Overton.
I'm sorry we're here, I'm gonna say that up front first.
I am too, because it's wasting a lot of my money.
Exactly. Time is very precious, so we can't get back. From the time that we actually opened Rain, up until the time that you see here now, do you see, like you stated, there's been some improvements, but we take it upon, or do we not take it upon ourselves to, one, secure your parking lot on our busy nights?
If they don't knock it down, and we also give you your extra property.
But do we not take it upon ourselves to secure your private property during our busy operational hours?
I
That's
would
the
say,
question.
I would say yes, but was that secure? Was it?
Absolutely, because here's the thing. We actually do our best to keep them off of your property as far as parking and things like that. But walking through, passing through your property would actually be almost be asking them to actually walk on 30th Street or
Mi-
walk across the mud into the grass.
Mr. Overton,
So,
you
I'm
may,
gonna finish
hold
this
on,
up.
hold on. You may cross-examine the witness, which means you may ask him questions. What you've begun to do is now testify, which you've already had that opportunity.
All right, so with that being said, in that video, did you not see a concerted effort by our security to actually go ahead and break up that altercation?
At the start of it, yep, not at the end of it.
Mr. Albertson, is there anything at this point that you feel as though that we can actually do to actually resolve these issues up until this point?
I would say close.
No further questions.
Thank you. Did any of this cross-examination trigger any need for you to cross-examine?
No, sir.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Would the next opponent please come forward? Please approach the microphone and provide your name and address, and then I'll administer the oath.
John Lemon, I'm at 3114 Fillmore Street.
Welcome, Mr. Lemon. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I affirm, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I guess Councilman Gray, Harding, and Milton, when we were here last time, we were all hopeful we'd come back and things would be better, but sorry to say that things are kind of the same old, same old. What it's turned out is we have events down at the Rain, like Martini Monday. We have Taco Tuesday.
Would you please pull one of the microphones over towards you so we can hear you?
Yes, sir. Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you, sir. We have sometimes a Friday ladies' night, and maybe even a super sexy Saturday. After each one of these events, sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3, sometimes there's 4 a week. Our neighborhood is disrupted till 2, 2:30, sometimes even 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm on the Citizens Patrol, and Diane and I went out this past Saturday night, which would be the 9th, on foot, and met with one of our neighbors down on 30th and Bondison Street, and we witnessed verbal assault. One of the clientele from the lounge had parked in his parking lot. They'd knocked over a no parking sign, drove over a rope. When they came back to get in their car, the owner of the property approached them and said, "Hey, I didn't have you towed this time, but if it happens again, we're going to call a tow truck." The person in the car verbally assaulted the owner, and it started to get ugly. We did report that. The owner did call 911 when the officers arrived. We did report that to the officers. But again, I'd like to state that I got to compliment Jay on his marketing. It brings in a lot of people. Unfortunately, it brings a lot of people into a very small bar with less than 35 parking spaces, and it causes a problem. we passed, we walked around a petition, we gathered 5 pages, we got 28 signatures. If I could flash up on the screen. These are the people, sorry, these are the people that signed the petition. The ones in blue are businesses, the ones in red are residences. The Rain Lounge is the green square in the middle, so you can see the neighborhood. Up in here was pretty much unanimous. Everybody that we were able to catch at home signed the petition. They all had a story to tell, again, about how this has affected their lives. We've got a neighbor with an 8-month-old child. They're frankly afraid of something happening.
We have to limit your testimony to your firsthand knowledge, not hearsay.
Sorry. Okay. With that, there's other folks here from the neighborhood. I'll defer to them to.
Okay,
continue
before you
the
step
conversation.
down.
Yes, sir.
Do you wish these exhibits to be made part of the record?
Absolutely.
At the conclusion of the cross-examination, then when I excuse you, just hand those to the clerk. First, I would ask Mr. Wiesen, do you have any examination for this witness?
Not at this time.
Do any council members? Mr. Overton, do you?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed. If you could stay by the microphone, sir.
Do you venture out of your home throughout the city of Omaha?
I do.
So if I was to give you an example, do you find it difficult to park in Benson, Blackstone, Dundee, when you actually venture out of your home?
We've ventured into Benson a couple times, but the parking was bad, yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiesen?
No, thank you.
Council members? All right, you're excused, sir. Just please remember to hand your exhibits to the city clerk.
Thank you.
Would the next opponent please come forward? Please state your name and address, and then I'll administer the oath.
Ray Perigal, 8007 North 30th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Well, my wife and I are members of the Florence Omaha Coalition of Citizen Patrol, and we get out and try to patrol as much as possible. And the problems that we have witnessed as we're out patrolling, number one, is the very overcrowding of the bar. The bar has very limited space for bar patrons to park, and consequently they spill out into the neighborhoods and adjoining businesses and fill up their parking lots. This last Saturday night into Sunday morning, I witnessed residents of a house and apartment to the south and a little west of the Rain on the other side of the street, actually out there bodily blocking cars from pulling into their property to keep them from parking. They had it taped off, but cars were going through anyway and parking. And they continue to park in spots that are not legal to park in. They are parking on the sidewalk that runs along Highway 75 or 30th Street. They're now starting to park again on the grassy state right-of-way to the west of the Rain. This past Saturday night, there were several cars parked on the grass, and in order to get up there, they had to jump the curb, cross the sidewalk, and then park on the grass. And when I went by about 1:10 a.m., there were 2 cars parked up on the sidewalk. The Omaha police came and had those cars moved. One car went down 30th Street, turned around, came back. I don't know where they went. The other car just went across the grass and parked on the grassy state right-of-way. While I was out, several people crossed 30th Street and were heading up toward Fillmore Street, which is a circle. It doesn't continue on into 30th Street. And as one gentleman got about halfway up the hill, he stopped and publicly urinated right there on the street. The Fillmore Street, like I said before, is a circle, and it's just to the west of the Rain. Cars have been parking in that circle recently, and in one night, instead of turning and going back out to the west to exit Fillmore Street the way they should to go up to 31st Street. The cars were going across one yard, around a permanent barricade, and across another yard, and down a hill to access 30th Street. And that happened about 2 weekends ago. And it is true that the security guards are taping off the area around Albertson and also around the library. However, when they remove that tape, they don't take it all down. We got tape up in trees, we got tape hanging from stop signs, and wherever else they tie it off. They don't remove it all. It looks terrible. You go by there and see all this yellow tape blowing in the wind. The other night, as I was patrolling, when the crowd was starting to break up, there's only one way out of that bar. And
Is this February 9th?
On February 9th. There's only one way out of that bar, and instead of waiting and to get out that way, they were driving across the grassy state right-of-way, jumping the curb, and to get access on 30th Street. Some of them, rather than going north on 30th Street and then turning around and heading back north, because there's an island there. You can't get out there and head south. You have to go north, turn around, and come back to go north. They were driving about pretty close to a block in the northbound lane going south. So they were driving against the traffic as they were leaving the rain. And you know, I understand what Jay's trying to do there. He's trying to make a business where people can enjoy themselves. But you know, that building, when it was originally converted to a bar, it used to be a meat packing place. They used to it was a meat locker. And so when they converted it to a bar, it was a neighborhood bar. That's why there's only 35 parking spaces. It's not a place, the venue is not equipped for the crowds that are attracted to the rain. And I just hope that the city council will take this into consideration and vote to not renew the license.
Thank you. Do you have any exhibits to offer?
I could turn this in, what I just read from.
After we ask for cross-examination, when I excuse you, please hand that to the clerk.
I will do that.
Mr. Wiesen, do you have any examination?
Not at this time.
Council members. Mr. Overton.
Sir, are you aware of my open door policy?
I'm not, I don't frequent bars, so I guess I'm not.
I mean, have I actually attended your actual neighborhood association? Have you seen my face before?
You attended one of our meetings back right after the killing that took place.
Have you not seen me at No Empty Pots?
I don't attend that meeting.
Okay. Have you not actually seen me at Harold's?
I have not seen you at Harold's.
I don't remember seeing you at that meeting either.
Mr. Overton.
Understood.
You're making statements.
I understand.
The first time I was nice and I gave you a little
So,
slack,
are you
but
aware of
Mr.
the-
Overton,
I'm sorry.
this time you're out of order. Next time your cross-examination will end. So please ask questions.
Are you aware of the concerted effort by the neighborhood association to actually stop us from obtaining additional parking?
I am not.
Are you aware that we actually had a contract with MUD to actually go ahead and get additional parking?
I was in touch with MUD probably a year ago, in regard to the parking all over the grassy area and the mud that was creating, and that's why they put up the post and cable barricade to block off their area.
Are you also aware that we actually had an agreement with MUD that they rescinded?
Mr. Overton, this witness really doesn't have foundation to talk about what MUD is doing or not doing.
I understand, like I said, but it actually holds to the fact that we're doing everything to make efforts to actually go ahead and curtail the parking issue.
And the record will reflect you had the opportunity to present testimony and to offer evidence. And you did that. You're now cross-examining this witness on his testimony.
All right, so no further questions.
Thank you. Would the next opponent come forward? Name and address, please.
Maylee Mason, 9632 North 34th Street, and I am representing the North Omaha Commercial Club.
Please raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
Okay, I am speaking as the president of North Omaha Commercial Club, which is not only a group of businesses, but residences, concerned citizens, mostly in the Florence area. I have to say that when Mr. Overton first opened the Rain, he was invited to the meetings. He did join our group. He did come to our meetings several times, and he was welcomed into the community. After the killing, we were very concerned. We again invited him to a meeting to explain to us what he was going to do about security issues. He brought one of his security people. He assured us that he would add additional cameras, add additional security. We took him at his word. Since that time, nothing has improved. You saw what happened last Saturday night. This is a weekly occurrence, at least once a week. He has come to several meetings. He came to No More Empty Pots, as you mentioned, at our September meeting, and he started. There had been a major fight. I believe it was September 15th. So this was after that weekend. And he came to explain what happened, and what we heard was more excuses. You know, he said, well, I asked the police to come in advance because I knew there would be problems. Is this the type of entertainment that we need in our area? Florence is a historical community. It's a very tight community. We care about the area. This is not the entertainment that we need. He also insinuated at the last hearing here that I was not able to come, which I'm sorry that I wasn't. He insinuated that Florence is not very welcome to people of color. I want you to notice in this map, these are businesses owned by people of color in the Florence area. And there are 10 businesses. 9 of them are within a 4-block area. We also have 2 churches that are predominantly people of color. We are welcoming. We are a family community. We fight for our area. One thing the North Omaha Commercial Club has done in the past, we raised money for a master plan to improve the sidewalks, the lightings, whatever. We're very concerned about what goes on in our community, and we want entertainment, but we want it for our families and our business owners. We have, sorry, I'm angry because of the things that he has insinuated about our community. I am so proud of our area. We fought to keep our post office, our library. We have lots of entertainment. We have a little theater. We have historical venues, the depot, the bank. We have multiple restaurants thriving. We have other bars that we do not have this kind of problem with. We don't want to be like the College World Series. That's not what Florence is. We want to be our welcoming, historic community. So that's all I have to say.
Do you have any exhibits you wish to offer?
I will leave this. The businesses outlined in red are owned by people of color, and we can give you a list.
Thank you.
In fact, I can read it.
That's
If you'd
okay.
like.
We don't
Okay.
need their names. You've got the businesses outlined.
Okay.
Mr. Wiesen, do you have any examination?
Not at this time.
Council members? Mr. Overton?
Ms. Mason, do you have any statements from those actual businesses that are owned by minorities right now as far as the actual disagreement or allowing of or not in accordance with the actual things that are happening at Rain Lounge? Do you have any statements from those business owners?
I don't have them in writing. I have been, yes, I have been.
But the question, do you have any statements?
I
in
do not
writing
have
right
them
now?
in writing.
Okay, that was the question. So now, with that being said, are you aware of us actually doing and actually seeing the actual additional security as we saw in that video? Did you not see the additional actual interaction, the security, when there was actual altercation?
And I saw the police there. How much time are the police spending at that? Because you know in advance that there's going to be trouble. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that we need in our neighborhood. You have, and this isn't about parking. Parking is a very small bit of this. What it is about the violence. It's about gunshots. It's about fighting.
Ms. Mason, you've gone beyond the question.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Overton, next question.
All right.
At this point, are you aware of us actually doing everything we can to actually go ahead and actually keep these actual patrons out of your neighborhood?
No, I have not seen that at all. All I've heard from you is excuses.
Ms. Mason, are you in agreement that you've actually been a part of, been told that we've approached the city of Omaha on numerous levels and numerous occasions to sequester the property in front of the building to have additional parking?
I'm not talking about parking. I'm talking about fights and gunshots.
No further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Mason, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You wanted to say something, and I had to cut you off because it wasn't responsive to his question, but I want to now know what the rest was you wanted to say.
Oh, now I can't remember what.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any more examination?
No, sir.
All right. You're excused. Don't forget to give your exhibit to the city clerk. Would the next opponent come forward, please?
Anybody need a seventh inning stretch?
Name and address, please.
My name is Diane Lemon. I live 3114 Fillmore Street.
Would you raise your right hand to take the oath? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
I'm here representing the good neighbor policy and the neighbors' overall objection to the bar, the Rain, at the bottom of our neighborhood, Balfa 30th Street. John, my husband, obtained signatures and stories, and I just was asked by Mr. Lorenzen, who lives just a shade over 300 feet, which according to the liquor license in Omaha, your establishment needs to be 300 feet from the closest resident, which is not true for Mr. Overton.
Now, ma'am,
There is a residence right within his property.
with regard to matters of law,
Yes.
we'll have those addressed by the city attorney. If you have questions as to whether there are distances that I question whether this is lawfully located in too close proximity to a residence or something, that would be how you would express that. But you can't make statements as to the law. We have the
Okay.
city attorney to do that. But
Then-
please proceed.
I present a question about the location from his bar to Nick Zaslowski's residence. And also, if I believe or ask, is he within 300 feet of the city park, the North Market Square?
So those are your objections based upon questions of him being too close.
Correct.
Okay, please proceed.
I also am here to represent, and I've been asked by Mr. Louis Lorenzen of 3018 Fillmore Circle to represent him today. He had business in Iowa.
Are you an attorney?
I am not.
Did he give you a written statement?
He did not.
He's not here to be cross-examined, so I must not allow you to proceed in that regard.
Can I give you my information that I am aware on this gentleman?
Your first-hand accounts you can give because that would be subject to cross-examination. Please
Okay.
proceed.
I know Mr. Lorenzen is 96 years old. He lives independently and he still drives. He still mows half this part of the land around his own home. see where I'm at here. He objects. He told me, I can't say that, can I?
No.
Okay.
That would be hearsay.
All right.
And then we couldn't cross-examine that.
Okay, that's fine. Louis, I know, has lived in Florence for over 40 years. He is a World War II veteran. At the age of 19, he joined the Army. 17, he joined the Army and then was assigned to the Army Air Corps. This man was a tail gunner in B-24s that participated in the Pulaski raid.
So you're saying you know him to be a war hero?
I do.
All right, proceed.
Let's see. Can I give you more history about him?
I think we've got the gist of what
Okay.
you wanted to say.
Primary concern for Mr. Lorenzen is he lives on Fillmore Circle. There is parking by Jay's patrons in the full circle and up each side of the street. In the event that there would be an emergency vehicle needed, either by any of the neighbors in that street or circle, or there would be an issue with the patrons, and I know they're his patrons because I watch them get out of their cars and walk over to his bars and return. If there was an issue with those people, emergency vehicles could not get to those people. That, just as an expression of this parking, and I have no idea, I would, let's see, what Mr. Overton expresses to his patrons to be respectful of the neighborhood and as far as parking and their actions within it. I am nervous about the reputation of Florence. I am concerned since the opening of the bar about the disturbing loud music, the parking issues, increase in violence, and other issues that I have witnessed of the patrons after leaving the bar in the evening. I would strongly, as well as my husband, object to Mr. Overton getting a new liquor license.
Thank you. We may have cross-examination. Do you have any exhibits you wish to offer?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Wiesen, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Council members? Mr. Overton?
Ma'am, can you state your address for the record again?
3114 Fillmore Street.
So exactly, what is your actual proximity to the bar? If you had to give an actual distance.
I believe it's about 700. Can I refer this to my husband?
I think he's looking for an estimate.
700 feet.
Okay. No further questions.
You're excused. Next opponent. Does anyone wish their opposition to be noted just by a show of hands rather than testifying? No, if you've already testified, then put your hands down. 8. I have 8. And of the 8, raise your hands if you are all within the Florence neighborhood in the immediate vicinity. Okay, so one person owns a business there, but of the 8, they all live in the area. Thank you.
Can we get clarification?
Hold on. Mr. Overton, did you have a question?
Yes.
What is your question?
May we have clarification as far as a general understanding of the distances? So let's give a general proximity. Let's say 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet by show of hands.
Let's just say how many people live in the neighborhood south of I-680 and north of the Philip Neary Church of the 8? Businesses too.
Everybody?
Those who testified gave their addresses. We don't need those. Those who don't wish to testify You all live between I-680 and St. Philip Neri Church. I see 6 of the 8. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Does that answer your question? No, not unless you want to come down here and be subject to the oath
Yes.
and cross-examination. All right, please remove your cap. Name and address.
My name's Rich Rockefort. I live at 9635 North 30th Street.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
I just wanted to state that I'm representing the Wyman Heights Homeowners Association. We're located just south of 680. It's a little area
You're north of 680.
just north of 680. It's 29th Street and 30th Street make a loop. There's about 94 houses, from what I understand, in our area, and we're concerned about the goings-on at the Rain Lounge.
And you have authorization to speak on behalf of your neighborhood association?
Many of them.
Okay. Well, a majority of them or a minority of them?
It's hard to say. I'm sorry, I don't have any numbers.
All right. Well, we'll give that the weight that we decide it deserves.
Okay.
Do you have any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Mr. Overton, do you have any cross-examination?
In what way has the Rain Lounge affected your well-being?
Sir, it's just it's the concern that we have for the area, the safety concerns, the reputation that North Omaha has. We would like to see.
But has the bar affected your well-being directly?
If you call concern my well-being, I would say yes.
Physical well-being?
No, not my physical well-being.
No further questions.
You're excused.
Okay.
Are there any other opponents who wish to testify? Well, seeing none, at this point, we'll proceed to presentation of evidence by the city law department and law enforcement agencies. And as I understand it, Mr. Wiesen, you want the law enforcement to go first.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone here from the City of Omaha Police Department who wishes to testify? Please approach the microphone, give your name, the headquarters address, your position with the department, and then I'll administer the oath.
Nick Muller, Omaha Police Department, 505 South 15th Street. I'm a lieutenant, Northeast Precinct.
Would you please raise your right hand? Officer, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay, first I want to go over our tavern reports. The first that's going to be before the last hearing. On 8/7 of 17, officers are dispatched to University of Nebraska Medical Center for an assault report. They made contact with the victim, who stated she was assaulted at the Rain Lounge by her boyfriend, Mr. Overton. On January 5th, 2018, we responded to a homicide. November 24th, 2018, we had a disorderly conduct report. Officers were monitoring a large crowd at the Rain Lounge. They observed a female assaulting a male in the parking lot. The female was detained. The male party left before a statement was given. She was arrested for disorderly conduct. On January 20th, 2019, officers were at a hospital and made contact with the victim, who stated that she was at the Rain Lounge. She was assaulted by several people and she was cut with a box cutter. So the incident occurred between 00:15 and 00:40 hours. The incident began inside the bar and then moved out to the fenced-in covered smoking area. The officers noted while they were in the area at the Rain Lounge at 00:40 for a liquor complaint. They observed disorderly conduct in the parking lot. They made contact with the on-site security who advised they're closing the bar due to a fight. The parties left the area once the officers arrived. March 13, 2019, officers were called to Emmanuel Hospital for an assault. The victim stated there was a fight inside the Rain Lounge and she was injured by the fighting parties. Said security used chemical agents to break up the fight. Security never notified police. March 20th, 2019, Sergeant Finch was working off duty with another officer. An intoxicated female patron began causing a disturbance, was ordered to leave the property. She refused and tried to re-enter the bar. Officers blocked the doorway, preventing her access. She began yelling, throwing her arms about, striking the other officer in the face. She was arrested for refusing requests to leave and disorderly conduct. While at corrections, the arrestee made statements to the officer that she drank too much. The officer believed that she was served too much alcohol while at the Reign. June 19, 2019, officers received a call to an assault. They made contact with 3 parties. The party stated the security guard assaulted them. Said a fight broke out where she was standing. The security guard grabbed her by the neck, behind, and punched her in the face with a closed fist numerous times. The victim stated the security guard grabbed his girlfriend by the neck and put him in a chokehold, so he began swinging at the security guard. June 26, 2019, officers were dispatched to assist off-duty officers with the disturbance. The off-duty officers advised the suspect was involved in a disturbance with another male, specifically asked to leave during the disturbance. He advised him that he was pushed him approximately 4 to 5 times and trying to get another party in handcuffs. The suspect interfered with officers attempting to get involved in another disturbance. The officers advised that he had assaulted a security guard at his location, who refused to file a report. That party was booked for disorderly conduct and failed to disperse. July 24th, 2019, off-duty officer was working in the off-duty capacity at the Reign. They dispatched northeast officers for a felony assault that occurred in the parking lot. They stated that the victim was intentionally struck by a vehicle that was driven by a female after a verbal altercation. September 15th, 2019, officers were called to the area of Reign Lounge for a parking complaint. 3 officers were on scene and provided police presence due to large crowds associated with the business. Upon leaving the business property, officers heard several gunshots. The investigation revealed a large fight involving dozens of patrons and business security had erupted and spread across Highway 75 North 30th. Several rounds were fired. No victims were immediately identified. However, they did locate blood evidence and casings in the area. October 5th, 2019, we assisted the state sheriffs with a writ of seizure. The deputies who showed up seized $860 from the Reign Lounge. The liquor license was not on display in the location. They say it was in the back room. The next ones are since the last meeting. On November 7th, 2019, an officer was working Omaha Police front desk, had a victim walk in to report an assault. She stated that she was at the Reign Lounge on Tuesday, November 5th, and began to have a disagreement with the bartender. The bartender thought they were having problems with other customers, and the victim took a swing at someone. 2 private security guards of an unknown company then threw the victim out of the bar. Victim states both guards were on each arm and physically threw the victim out of the bar onto the sidewalk. She stated she was knocked out for a short time. She had approximately a 2-inch rash bruise area on her right cheek, and both knees were scraped up. On November 10th, 2019, officers were dispatched to 3171 Belvedere for the report of an assault. They made contact with the victim, who stated around 1:30 she was at the Reign nightclub. A female had assaulted her. She had video of the incident and showed the assault. The officers viewed the video and witnessed the victim speaking loudly to female. Video showed a few other females holding the victim back from fighting. Officers observed the suspect strike the victim while on the ground. However, the video and audio was extremely loud, so that didn't show the entire incident. She stated she doesn't remember everything because she'd been drinking heavily. On February 2nd, officers were dispatched.
This is 2020?
Yes. Officers were dispatched to a disturbance. They made contact with off-duty officers in the west parking lot. He said there had been a large fight in the parking lot, and he was informed that one of the participants was now inside a vehicle and was armed with a gun. They had the occupants of the vehicle exit. A gun was loaded by one of the suspects, who said that he was a security guard and had a CCW. He currently did not have a CCW permit, and he was arrested for carry a concealed weapon and unlawful transport of a firearm. We also went through the computer-aided dispatch calls. Captain Matuza provided me with this information. Between 10/22/2019 and 1/26/2020, there have been 30 calls specifically coming from the Rain Bar. These calls varied from parking violations, disturbances, officers on assignment, and traffic stops, including disorderly crowd gatherings, accidents, complaints of litter. Officers spent 52 hours at the bar for those 30 radio calls. He also did a search of the area around the bar for the same time. He said there was 150 hours based on in the area over that same time. And that has it's incidents directly or indirectly related to the Rain Bar. And he also used the time of 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. only.
Were these records kept as a part of standing operating procedure of the Omaha Police Department?
The tavern reports, yes.
And were they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
Do you wish those to be made a part of the record?
Yes.
After cross-examination, we'll have you give that information to the city clerk. Mr. Wiesen, do you have any questions?
Okay, I also have other exhibits I want to submit.
What other evidence do you wish to?
These are received by the city clerk and the law department, and we would ask that they be admitted into the record.
What is this, though?
Looks like they're letters that have been received to the law department, city clerk, and a transcript.
Okay, would you show them to Mr. Overton first, please?
Oh, yeah.
You can just give him the clip
Oh,
pile.
okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Wiesen?
Lieutenant Mueller, I just have a few quick questions. When you were testifying about the 911 radio call breakdowns and the other police information, are those marked as Exhibits 15 and 16 in that packet of exhibits that you have there?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And can you just break down what specifically Exhibit 15 is?
It's Douglas County Communications Incident Report.
And is that the report where you were able to determine that there were 30 radio calls specifically coming from Rain Bar that led to approximately 52 hours of officer and law enforcement time at that location?
Yes.
Okay. And can you do the same thing for Exhibit 16? Can you tell me specifically what that is?
Yes, it's the same thing, just a different format, but it's the incident report with the radio calls.
Okay. And is that is that Exhibit 16 approximately 40 pages long and details the record where you were testifying that it resulted in approximately 150 law enforcement hours over the past 3 months that were either directly or indirectly tied to incidents at Rain Bar?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Lieutenant Mueller at this time.
Council members? Mr. Overton?
Lieutenant, the actual calls that you actually received, are they coming directly from the bar, or are they actually coming from actually entities outside of the bar and making reports?
I don't have that information.
Well, so you're telling me in one respect, like I said, that you're actually going to communicate to the council right now that 52 man hours are actually going ahead and actually used to actually go ahead and actually in relations to the bar, but you can't tell me those actual calls came directly from the bar or they came outside of the bar in accordance to the bar?
No, they were called, I'm sorry, 30 calls were specifically coming from the Rain Bar, yes.
Can I actually see that copy of that report where they actually have the actual number where the actual calls came from? Because I can pretty much guarantee you they didn't come from the bar.
Now, Mr. Overton,
I understand.
you're testifying,
I understand.
and I know you're defending yourself,
I understand.
but the question was,
The
do
question
you,
was-
hold on, I will
Go ahead.
ask it. Lieutenant, do you have records that would identify the callers?
I'd have to look. I don't have that.
Do you have
on me.
records that would identify the telephone numbers?
I could get it. I don't have that on me.
In terms of the report, does the document, how does it indicate the calls came from that?
I was given the information from Captain Matuza.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Overton?
No further questions.
Mr. Wiesen?
Just briefly, Mr. President. Lieutenant Mueller, if you look on Exhibit 15, it provides location data for the call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that location data, the address for all of these calls where officers were dispatched is listed at 1819 North 30th Street. Is that correct?
8919
Or,
North 30th.
excuse me,
Yes.
8919 North
Correct.
30th Street. Thank you for correcting me. And is that the address of Rain Lounge?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. President.
Mr. Overton?
Even for the record, Even though it states that those actual calls were actually supposedly in relation to the Rain Lounge, is there any way to actually go ahead and discern that the individuals calling were in direct actual connection with the actual bar?
I don't have that information, no.
No further questions.
Lieutenant, do you have any reason to believe that the system that the city uses, or Douglas County Communications, to record the location of calls for service is inaccurate?
No.
No further questions. You're excused. Please hand the exhibits to the clerk, and we'll, do we have anyone else from any other city departments? Name and address.
Donna Waller, City Treasurer,
1819 Farnham Street.
1819 Farnham
Would you
Street.
please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
I'm here representing the City Finance Department in relation to bills or taxes that have not been paid by the Rain Lounge. We currently have restaurant and drinking establishment occupation taxes that are delinquent. I will note that Mr. Overton did come in this afternoon shortly before the council meeting with cash and asked to pay, but we only have estimates. We don't have any actual filings, so the auditor did not take it. We've been in contact with him over the last, 2.5 years actually, wanting to get forms, because as you know, we have a process that we need to have actual revenue so that we know what the tax is, and we've never received any forms. So everything we have is an estimate, so we don't have any actual forms, or for anything that's currently due. So we have an estimate, and it's around $4,000. The majority of that has been turned over to our collection agency.
Did you request the establishment provide the information necessary so that
Yes, we did.
an audit could be performed under the ordinance?
Yes, we did. We have numerous times. And in the past, at some of our other meetings versus at the law committee and such, we had requested to get the forms.
Do you have exhibits you wish to offer at the conclusion of your testimony?
I do.
Do you have any additional testimony?
Yes, I also would like to say that besides the occupation tax, we also have a couple of other things that have not been paid, which are certificate of assembly and false alarms that we have also turned over to the MCA, which is our collection agency.
Do you have records of all this?
Yes, and also, just for the record, we did have 3 checks that were paid that were within sufficient funds, which he did come in and make good. But just for the record, we've had to spend a lot of time on doing this.
Mr. Wiesen?
I have no questions at this time.
Council members? Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to be clear. So I believe the lease that Mr. Overton has with his properties started, I forget the month, but in 17. So when you say you've been asking for the last 2 years, should I assume that that's been since the start of his business at that level? Or since the start of that lease, at least?
Pretty much. For the amounts that are at MCA, it's almost a 2-year process. And they haven't received a payment since, I believe, it was in the summer, and that was for some bills from 2018.
But on the occupation taxes that you mentioned, have the proper forms ever been submitted since?
They may have been.
Have they ever been
maybe
submitted
in the
since
beginning,
2017?
but I haven't seen any for the last, I would say at least the last year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Overton, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, we need to get, there you go.
In perspective of the amount of tax that's due currently, and you doing the actual collection of the actual restaurant's tax, in perspective, the $4,000 owed compared to other actual entities that you actually do business with, where would you say that we fall in that actual line? As far as actually what's actually there and what's actually.
So if I understand the question you're asking is, of the businesses that are delinquent, we'll call it the naughty list, where does your establishment rank in terms of worst offenders.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to allow it. In the last year,
24 months,
Mm,
and if you don't have the answer present, then
I would say
we don't
somewhere in
want
the
you-
middle.
All right. Any further cross-examination?
All right, and just to clarify, the actual filings, the last 3 months, we try to do those quarterly, so you're saying that you're missing the last 3 months,
Okay,
right?
well, number one, in order to do them quarterly, you have to have permission to do that. And I don't believe that the finance director has ever said that you could do them quarterly.
Well, that's, like I said, typically, like I said, that's what we've got going, but I'm
Okay.
just asking, like I said.
Now, Mr.
the ones that
Overton,
you're missing,
you're getting into testifying again.
I just want to ask her a question, I asked her a question. that's
No,
all.
what you're doing is you're making a statement as to your business practice,
Okay.
and then you're asking a question.
Okay, so now, are you not only missing the last actual 3 months of actual returns for the actual restaurant tax?
I believe we're missing more than that.
Okay, so which ones exactly are you missing?
I don't have that information with me.
No further question.
You're excused. If you have any exhibits you wish to be made part of the record, please hand those to the city clerk.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the city who wishes to testify? Mr. Wiesen, do you wish to testify or to present evidence?
Not at this time.
At this time, we'll now proceed to allowing the applicant, Mr. Overton, your opportunity to present rebuttal evidence. That would be evidence rebutting any of the testimony or exhibits that you've seen and we've received into evidence and heard today.
Physical or verbal?
Please approach the microphone. Do you have any documentary evidence you wish to offer in rebuttal?
At this point, no physical documents that I'd like to actually go ahead and submit for the record.
Do you have any testimony you wish to offer?
Yes,
And this is in rebuttal to what you heard?
yes.
Please proceed.
So I'm not here, or we are not here, I should say, as a business to actually go ahead and make each other's lives miserable. I'm not here to actually cause you all problems.
Please address your remarks to the council.
I'm not here to cause them problems. I know what it is to have a peaceful neighborhood, and I have children of my own. I would not want that actual activity going on, but what I need is some actual consensus or some assistance from the city of Omaha to actually get the property that's located right in front of my building actually vacated or whatever that needs to be done so we can actually go ahead and get the additional parking. 90% of the testimony that I actually heard today had to do with actual patrons actually utilizing the actual public streets to park, to actually go ahead and actually participate in actual activities at a bar. 90% of it could actually be resolved by actually us having the additional parking that we need. And if the city had made it a concerted effort to say, you know what, if there was a waiver that could be allowed until you guys figured out your end, until we can get the parking situation for the grass situation, put a barrier up on 30th Street or the highway and make them so they have to come through our parking lot to park there, whatever we're willing to do to actually work to actually mitigate these issues for them. Because I look at it from this perspective of, Albertsons wouldn't have the fights and everything that they've had over there. I'll put up the proper barriers to keep them from walking across their actual establishment. I'm willing to actually go ahead and actually work with additional security teams, which I do have. I actually have 8 actual security, 2 OPD, and 6 actually private security that work with us on a regular basis, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. So everything that you all have asked in your outline, initially when we met privately, I followed through on. From the barrier that Matuza asked me to put up, even though the snow has knocked it down up until this point, and people parking on the grass, we maintain those things. And if we do see or catch a patron trying to park on the grass, we tell them you cannot come into this facility until you move your car. So that's how we've mitigated that issue. We've done everything that we can up until this point to try to keep the disturbances down, mitigate actual issues. We've worked with OPD in regards to it. So the incident that happened September 15th, you all actually took Karma's liquor license. When that actually happened, I've got text messages, and I should have printed them out, that I actually sent to Matuza addressing that issue. Once you shut one establishment down and they have nowhere else to go, I told him they're all going to come to us that night. Once you guys took their license, there's nowhere else for them to go. And I communicated that to Matuza. I made it very clear. And that night, I went ahead and reached out to our off duties. They said they were not available. I hired additional private security to make sure that we could do what we could do to mitigate those actual issues on North 30th Street. We did everything we could. And I understand why you saying that, one of the actual neighbors saying that, oh, who wants an establishment in their neighborhood that actually you have to actually be prepared for? Everywhere you go in life nowadays, you can't go to a football game, a basketball game, out to eat, Walmart, without seeing some private security wherever you go. And if you don't, like I said, 9 times out of 10, you don't feel safe. You had the West Road shooting. You had a shooting downtown in the Capitol District here not too long ago. You had a shooting up in Benson. The issue is not the actual businesses. It has to do with the policing and the enforcement of what's going on. It has nothing to do with the business. The business is just trying to actually provide a service. Granted, sometimes we do attract the wrong crowds, but we do what we can to actually go ahead and mitigate those issues.
Thank you. Mr. Wiesen, do you have any cross-examination on this rebuttal testimony?
Not at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to close the evidentiary part of the hearing. You may sit down, Mr. Overton, and I will open the floor to council members who wish to be heard. Council Member Festerson, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. And I want to start by thanking the President for running what I think was a good process today and a fair process for everyone, and an unusual process for us when we talk about public hearings in accordance with the prescribed method we must follow on an issue like this. And also thank the residents of Florence for being here this afternoon, too. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your comments. And I would just say that the pride you have and the concern you have for your neighborhood is on display here. And I've always appreciated that about Florence, and I appreciate that here today as well. It's clear the North Omaha Commercial Club, the Citizens Patrol, the residents, the fellow business owners are all in lockstep on this issue. And that's consistent with the communications I've had on this for probably about a year. I don't think, I guess to continue an analogy I started earlier in the meeting about a long road, this has been a long road, and I think the road needs to end today on this. I don't see any need to revisit all the recent history from the police department, but we appreciated those statistics over the last year or two. But I would just note, in just the last 3 months, 3 tavern reports, an estimated 150 police hours, 30 calls directly, 280 calls in the immediate area, scores of citizen emails and concerns, large crowds, dispersal issues in the parking lot, parking concerns themselves, litter for sure, and then as we just heard from the finance department, ongoing tax concerns. That shouldn't be a concern, that should be an expectation of any business in our city to not have to continually follow up and to have to seek out what is owed in terms of restaurant taxes, false alarm fees, the certificate of assembly. And I'm informed today by the police department that there's also a health department issue. There's been no permit from the health department, and there is a posting on the door right now requesting to cease all operations as applies to food service.
And I can interrupt Mr. Overton first, please. You've had your turn as council member, sir. One of the exhibits offered by the lieutenant included that.
Okay, thank you. So all those things together, I don't think we need to have a long and drawn-out conversation about this again. I would just simply note those things as evidence and good reasoning why we should be responsive to citizens' concerns today and deny this license, and we'll go ahead to move to deny the license.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. I see Councilmember Gray, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to be very long here. When we've talked about the parking issues, and we've talked about those parking issues over and over again, and there seems to be no resolution. I don't know what the reason is for that. But the issue here, Mr. Overton, is the fights, the violence. It's not the parking. I mean, the parking is an issue, but the fights are the issue. And the ongoing fights every weekend, I mean, there shouldn't be an establishment that has that is fighting almost every weekend. I mean, that's the testimony of folks here, and I haven't heard anything that mitigates or denies that in some fashion. Can you do that for me?
Please approach the dais. State your name and address again.
James Overton, 8919 North 30th Street, Rain Lounge.
You remain under oath.
Yes.
The fights. Tell me about the fight, because, you know, they have a litany of fights over a period of 2 years, and even some here recently. I guess I don't, and there are several instances where people have been over-intoxicated by their admission. So I guess I guess I'd like to hear your comments on that.
So here's the thing. Typically, we have a series of patrons that are already out, and they've actually had a series of drinks before they even get to our bar. If we see my bartenders have been trained and they see that they're actually already intoxicated before they get to the bar, I'll direct them on our busy nights, and if I'm not there, not to actually serve those actual patrons. Make sure that they actually, one, I don't know how they got here, make sure they get home safe and they're not actually out here drunk driving. I've taken actual patrons home on my own. I've had my security take them home. I've paid for Ubers and Lyfts on my own to make sure these patrons get home safely. As far as the actual altercations of the curve, we've actually had some unsavory people inside of the establishment. I can agree. We've gotten to the point now to where we've actually gone ahead and started enforcing our abandoned bar system. Because at one point we were going through so many different security firms, we couldn't actually enforce it effectively. Now we've got an actual group of people that actually work with us on a regular basis to enforce the rules to make sure that we don't have these issues. A lot of these things that you're actually bringing up or they're showing as far as having reports, we're not even seeing actually in the actual establishment itself. We'll break up something or an altercation, but they'll go make the actual report at the hospital after the fact, and it turns into a tavern report. That's like me sitting up here saying, okay, I went up to a bar up in Benson and got into an altercation and nobody else saw it, but yet and still it happened at this location and I get a tavern report for it. It's unfair. Like I said, literally, if it happens at the establishment, it happens there. It should be reported at that time, but to hold it against the business when somebody actually leaves that facility and actually says that this is actually what transpired and we have no notification or wherewithal that happened is unjustified. It really is.
Okay. Thank you. That.
If you read the reports, they're not actually being taken at the establishment. They're actually being taken, if there's an issue or problem, our security does their best to mitigate that issue. There's been times when there's been an issue at Rain, and they'll take it up the street to the gas station down the street. But what's what they're going to say when they actually get involved or actually get hurt? Where did it start? Rain.
What about the hundreds of hours of police man-hours that are
The hundreds of hours of police man-hours. Looking into that, that's why I actually asked the officer, I said, how many of those actual calls or police calls actually originate from Rain? Like he stated, parking issues, people actually more or less loitering, other things along that line that have nothing to do with the actual more or less establishment itself, just the fact that we're there. So at that point in time, yes, they may be a patron of ours. Yes, they may have actually come into our establishment. But even still, the parking concerns and the phone calls and everything that they're actually getting, they're logging all of those man hours and different things. That's why I asked them, did they come from or originate from Rain? And I guarantee you, my right hand to God, they never came from us.
What do you feel is your obligation in terms of the area around you? Not the Rain itself,
right,
but the area around you, maintaining decorum in that area.
As far
How far do you think that goes?
As far as decorum, as far as like people's actual demeanor and how they
Yes.
actually carry themselves?
Exactly.
I feel as though in our immediate vicinity, we've actually, that altercation that happened in September in the middle of 30th Street, I'd seen one gentleman actually on the ground, and I sent my security into the middle of North 30th Street to actually go ahead and break up that altercation. All those patrons had gotten into their cars, they had pulled out off of Fillmore Street, got out of their cars and actually started fighting in the middle of the street. And I sent my security to resolve that issue. I go as far as to say, if our actual patrons are parked on the other side of the library, or if we're in actually eyesight of anything that's going on, I feel as though that we actually do what you can to mitigate those issues and actually stop whatever's going on.
All right, that ends my questioning. Thank you. I just wanted to get your response to that.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Overton, I have a couple questions on responsibility. Tell me how responsible it is for a business operator not to have your occupation taxes paid, as Mrs. Waller testified to.
I can honestly say that previously to December of this previous year, we did have some financial issues due that they were actually still stemming from the unfortunate Kyle LaFleur incident that we were recovering from. I've actually made arrangements. I've been in contact not only with them and any other taxable entity that we've actually owed and actually have caught those things up. We were further behind than what she says we currently are. We've already made arrangements to make sure that we actually are staying on top of those things and being diligent about getting those. And like I said, it's a very important part of it. Like I said, that's how we actually pay the city staff. That's how OPD gets paid. That's how everybody gets paid. So trust me, I'm actually all over it. Like I said, I think it's a very important issue.
But it sounds like you're still currently behind.
We're in the process of catching up. We were further behind, like I said, but we're catching up. Like you went today and actually went upstairs before I came here to get the numbers, cash in hand, but we're gonna file some more paperwork to make sure that it's actually right and it'll actually get taken care of.
And the non-sufficient checks that you paid in the past with?
I'm sorry?
And the non-sufficient funds checks that you paid in
Those
the
have
past
been
with?
paid long ago. I've been paying with cash. Those were last year, early last year. That's over 12 months ago.
But you wrote checks knowing that there weren't sufficient funds in the account.
That's not true. Like I said, the funds were actually there. Other things actually went into the account and actually overdrew the account. But as soon as the oversight was actually saw, it was corrected.
Okay, another question on responsibility. Why is it the responsibility of the city of Omaha to help you find parking?
It is, well, the whole thing about it is, you know what? I put it on the city of Omaha to actually do their due diligence as far as the actual city planning department to come back and actually tell me who owns the property there, whether it's the city or the state. There's a back and forth communication right now between the city and the state. Who owns that? I'm trying to mitigate these parking issues. The holdup is the city. I'm trying to keep these people out of there. It's like, it's not me. I filled out all the paperwork that you all asked me to do. You all explained to me this is the process in order for you to get this property out in front of your building. I did everything. I contacted the state. I contacted the actual planning department. I contacted Public Works. I contacted everybody that I was supposed to contact. I've got the emails and documentation to show as such. But yet and still, I've gotten no communication back as regards as who owns the property, when it will be vacated, and how much you all want for it.
But again, you think it's the city's responsibility to help you secure parking? Like, for example...
It's not your responsibility. I'm not saying it is.
You implied earlier that the library won't give you parking. I'm sorry,
it was never an issue for the first year.
What's that?
It was never an issue for the first year. We parked there, like I said, my patrons parked there for a year straight until they actually complained.
I can understand after seeing
Mr.
some
Overton,
of the testimony.
Mr. Harding, this is you have to wait for a question from the council member, not volunteer and interrupt the council member when he's speaking or she is speaking. Please respect that
Thank
process.
you, Mr. President. I think I was starting to say that I don't if it's the library or the city of Omaha in control of the library property or Mr. Albertson's property. After seeing some of the videos, I don't think I, as a property owner, would want to have that kind of activity on my property either. So if you can't secure parking from them, it's not the city's responsibility to help you acquire parking. Excuse me.
You offered this to me. You all offered this to me as a solution for me, Mr. Jerem.
Yeah, but if you haven't resolved the issue of parking, it's still we're seeing that that's an issue, and that's part of the reason why people are driving over and cutting through ribbons that are supposedly securing the parking areas so that they don't go into them. My question goes back to responsibility. I mean, I think we see a pattern here where every time someone asks you a question that requires a responsible answer, there's some deflection and not taking responsibility for what's actually happened, be it calls from the police or calls from patrons, whether they be in the establishment or outside of the establishment. It's because of something that's happened inside the establishment, but that doesn't seem to be of concern to you. It doesn't seem to be your responsibility.
That's not true because we do everything we can to mitigate those issues. I'm not saying that there's not our responsibility. Anytime there's an issue, an altercation inside of that facility, we do everything we can. We have more than adequate security inside of there. Comparatively, I've actually
How
talked
about
to
outside as well?
inside and outside. Comparatively, they stated that we should have one actual security guard for every 50 people. I've got 8 for 200.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's enough still, but thank you.
Thank you. No further lights. There's been a motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
You're excused.
Consent agenda. Any member of the city council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the city council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the city council rules of order.
I would note that item 27 will be removed from this consent agenda because of an amendment of the whole. The public hearings on items 26 through 29 were held on February 4, 2020.
26, 28, 29.
Thank
Motion
you.
approved.
Roll call.
Who was the second?
Me.
Okay. Gray.
Yeah.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Is there a motion on the amendment of the whole on 27?
Motion moved.
Second. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes. Mr. Harding, did
Motion
you
passed
have a
7-0.
point of order or something?
You just, I want to make sure we clarify the action on 25. I want to make sure that what we did was,
There was a motion to deny,
Okay, that's what I was.
that's what we want, okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make
and
sure because there
an
was such a
affirmative
delay.
vote
Yeah.
And
was,
then I said, we all voted yes, and I
Yeah,
wanted
thank
to make
you. I
sure we
just-
voted yes.
Just wanted to
on
make
the
sure
denial,
before,
Not on the wrong side.
yeah, I know, but
thank you. I would say now, the public hearings on agenda items 30 through 50 are today. If you wish to address the city council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by your name, address, who you represent, and if you are a proponent or opponent. I would note that items 30, 31, and 47 are removed. So if there's at this time, the public hearing is closed.
Motion approved items 32
Through 46
through 46.
and 48 through 50.
48 through 50.
Second, roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Is there a motion on item 30?
So moved.
Second, roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Abstain.
Festerson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Palermo abstains.
Is there a motion on item 31?
So moved.
Second, roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
Melton. Pauls. Palermo.
Yes.
Festerson.
Abstain.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Festerson abstains.
Is there a motion on item 47?
So moved.
Is this the time to speak on 47?
Well, we had the public hearing, but if you,
No. Yeah,
Oh.
this one is pulled.
okay, we pulled this one. Name and address.
Gee, you gave me a heart attack. Been
You
waiting
waited
here.
all this time.
Okay, 47, are we up?
Yes, name and address in your testimony, please.
Jeffrey Pokorny, P-O-K-O-R-N-Y, 4969 South, 149 Court, Omaha, Nebraska.
You may proceed.
I've been trying to locate a financial analysis, a policing analysis, a feasibility analysis on the purchase of the helicopter. I followed it closely the last couple years. I've seen, I think, 3 crashes so far, and maybe 4. And I kept hoping after each crash, well, you won't replace it. There won't be any more police helicopters. But today, you're about to approve the purchase of a $2.57 $2.75 million helicopter. And without financial analysis, without policing analysis, and finally without the combination of those two, a feasibility analysis. I don't know if the mayor can just come down and say, fellas, we got to buy a police helicopter. She's the one on the resolution. It doesn't make sense. The police helicopter is located 15 miles away in Blair at a great expense. If anything, it should be in Millard or on one of the municipal, one of the hospital helipads so that the pilot could get in it and get someplace quickly. It takes more than 10 minutes to fly the 15 minutes to Omaha and the preparation time. If the guy's asleep, it's going to take 30 minutes. By then, the police chase is over with. The emergency is over with. That's the reason for having a police helicopter. If it was Los Angeles, they probably got 3 in the air all the time. They probably have 1 in the air all the time. 7 helicopters, I bet they have 1 in the air all the time, so they can chase O.J. Simpson and people like him. In Omaha, you don't have that situation. You can't afford to keep 1 in the air more than, I don't think, 30 minutes a day, and it's just not feasible. That's where the feasibility part of this comes in. If the police came in and said, here's 10 reasons why we need a police helicopter, and you said, I agree with all 10. And then if the financial analysis agreed with that, say, okay, I'd agree with that too. And then the feasibility analysis, putting the two together, if that worked, I wouldn't be down here today. I wouldn't have waited 3 hours. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm 76 years old. I have to tell you that. Been through Vietnam with the helicopters. I've been Army maintenance with the helicopters. It's the most expensive mechanical piece to maintain and operate known to man. Little qualification there. But it really is expensive. And you're not just buying a $2.75 million piece of equipment. You're going to employ, I think, 3 pilots, 1 at $150,000 a year. You're going to employ a ground crew, and then your lease at the Blair Airport is, what, $100,000 a year or something? You had to build a special building for it. It doesn't make sense on all kinds of ground. It just doesn't make sense. Now, I may be here wasting my time. I keep hoping I'm not. The helicopter salesman is probably behind me waiting to give the other side of this. If you had a helicopter factory in Omaha, I could say, okay, we got to keep the helicopter factory going. If you had a helicopter maintenance industry, I'd say, okay, it's industrial development. But you don't have any of those things. And you've got 3 or 4 hospital helicopters. You've got a state patrol helicopter someplace. The National Guard has helicopters. It's not like you have to add to the list of helicopters. It just doesn't happen. Your chief pilot came from the state patrol. Well, he wasn't a dog handler at the state patrol. He was a helicopter pilot. He's got to have some connection to the state patrol. Make him the liaison between you folks and the state patrol. And get one stationed in Omaha. You're the population center. You are the metropolitan population center of the state. And maybe you get Iowa to go along with it since you're so close to Council Bluffs. You're closer to Council Bluffs than you are to Fremont. And some places in Douglas County you're closer. And I'm really here. I should give you this. I'm here as a lobbyist for my 4 youngest grandchildren. Right now they got a $70,000 liability for federal taxes. They've got a $20,000 liability for city taxes, 5 for county, 15 for schools, and 10 for the university, plus NRDs and whatever else. They're never going to get that thing paid off. Even when they're my age, they're going to be looking at it. The financial irresponsibility, and I'm not accusing you, but I'm saying if a banker came in here, he wouldn't loan you the 2.75, but you're going to float a bond someplace to get the 2.75. It doesn't make sense. I'll keep coming back to that. It doesn't make sense. I at one time okayed police budget expenditures, and they came in and said, okay, Pokorny, we need bulletproof vests. And that was right after a policeman got shot someplace. And I said, go with it. Well, the next time they came in, it was some off-the-wall project. It wasn't a 50 caliber machine gun, but it was something like that. And little old Skylar. I said, that doesn't make sense.
Let's stick to the helicopter.
That's what I'm saying. Financial irresponsibility. This is my whole story. And if I ever get off of financial responsibility, raise your hand and I'll quit talking. I'll go home.
And we also don't need you repeating yourself at this point. We mentioned that several times.
Sometimes I do that for emphasis. Sometimes for emphasis.
And you've done it for emphasis.
Okay. If we do it more than 3 times, raise your hand.
You've already done that more than 3 times.
On what?
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
You haven't wrapped up anybody today. You've had people talking for hours. I've been here. I'm a witness to it.
You're out of order.
And my council person is smiling at me. Gee whiz, I wish I would have been here early on and on the agenda early so you wouldn't be worn out. I realize how tired you're all. I really do.
You've
I've
made
seen
your
you
points
go to the,
about financial feasibility, irresponsibility.
Okay.
What else do you have to make for your points?
Response time is critical, and you don't have it. Annual operation costs, nobody's talked about. Well, you haven't talked about it yet. The accident history. If you'd never had an accident, it'd be different too. They've wrecked all the police helicopters you've gotten. And last but not least, there's no analysis. You guys are flying blind. It's like you put a black curtain in your helicopter and told the guy to take off. You don't have the data to make this decision today. I ask again, once final time. Look at it before you vote to approve it. Look at the data. Look at the data. Not just the police, not just the mayor, but look at your own side. Call the finance guys in. And I'll end with this. In 5 years, I predict you will have drones flying around the city of Omaha doing this job. And they'll be more effective. They're going to be up and at them. They'll be at every precinct, maybe in every car. Those hot cars, those stolen cars will be followed within seconds, not 15 minutes. And you'll catch them. And you'll be able to use those drones to find little children that are lost and laying in the snow because they'll have heat-seeking devices on them. That's where you're going to go. Hopefully you'll look forward to that. If drones were something 50 years away, it'd be different. They're out there everywhere. Your children have got them. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Picorni.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else, and we'll have you down as an opponent on that one. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in this item? We'll need your name, address, who you represent, whether you're a proponent or opponent.
I'm a proponent, sir.
Name and address.
Frank Peck. I'm the chief pilot for Omaha Police Department. Address is 505 South 15th Street, Omaha. I'm not a salesman, but I am an advocate for the Omaha Air Support Unit. I appreciate your time today, but as you are aware, helicopters are valuable tools and oftentimes used as force multipliers. These resources not only serve Omaha Police, but they also serve the surrounding communities and the other departments on the east side of the state here. Currently, we're operating 1 helicopter. We are seeking your approval to move forward to purchase a Bell 407 helicopter. This is the first step of the project that we would like to work on. I would like to say this, just from a unit perspective, that the unit's airborne capabilities enhance officer and public safety, as well as reduce the incidences of crime, and thus also reduce the fear of crime. That's kind of our job. Our job is to support the men and women that are on the road and to support the communities that are around. With that, I would end my initial statement. I'm willing to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on item 47?
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Bird Street. I'm kind of neutral about this, although I do want to relay a suggestion and also a story. I think that the helicopter should have its own social media so that the community knows what the helicopter is being used for. And also, when I moved to Parker Street, I've heard several stories about the mistrust that people in North Omaha have with the helicopter because of the activity. They feel targeted. So I think, with a drone, makes sense to have a drone because I think that could be the data and the recordings and the purposes why they're using the drones can be better managed. Instead of leaving it to suspicion or investigation. But I think that the city needs to do a better job about the helicopter and demonstrating what's the use for the helicopter. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Gray, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Picorni, most people, many of the people on the council here and others don't remember, or they they have not seen several of the television shows that I did prior to being on the city council. I was one of the main opponents of getting a helicopter. One of the main opponents of getting a helicopter. After watching what has occurred, for example, one of the things that we do with a helicopter that I think is vital is we have cut down on police chases. In a number of instances, this city has paid out anywhere from $500,000 to over $1 million in claims from police chases that have occurred. So when you're talking about whether it's cost effective or not, if this stops the majority of police chases from occurring, that could cause significant problems and significant damage and cause people to be hurt. If we can eliminate that in any sort of way, in my judgment, it would be worth its weight in gold. I don't know how you can. We've had a woman that I've covered on a number of occasions prior to being on the council, who is paralyzed to this day, who was the victim of a police chase. We paid that party over $1 million. That's just one of several cases that I can talk to you about. So in my opposition to it, as I began to look at it, and police officers that have been around for a while will tell you, I was one of the main opponents and did several shows in opposition to it. But after watching the operation and learning some of the things that they can do and some of the people that they can catch and the ways that they can do it at this point, it cuts down on crime and other things. I agree with that. But more importantly, it keeps our city's liability down. And so for me, as far as I'm concerned, this is a no-brainer because I have seen in the past the layouts in money that we have had to pay as a city to those who have been engaged in police chases or who have been the victims of police chases, who were innocent third parties, some of whom have been damaged for life. And so for me, this is a no-brainer. I think the cost that we pay in this is surely going to be offset by the safety of the community and the lack of police chases because of this helicopter has saved a number of people. So for me, this is a no-brainer, and it's something that I intend to support.
No, you're out of order, sir. If a
I'm
council
just making
member
my
calls
comments for
on you,
council
Mr.
members and others as to why I'm going to be supportive of it. But I have a longer history than most of you all have about the helicopter, and there had been a significant concern in North Omaha about how often it's going to be flying, how loud it is, all of those sorts of things. Much of that has not come to pass. So for me, it's a no-brainer for me. I intend to support this.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. President.
The public will be reminded that once the public hearing is closed, unless a council member calls you back to the microphone, you are to refrain from commentary from the public. But I suspect there might be someone who would call you, Mr. Picorni. You just have to wait. Councilmember Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify, as the chair of the Finance Committee and also a member of the Public Safety Committee, we went through this extensively with Chief Schmatter. There's absolutely a need. We already have the lease with Blair, so that argument and plan, that's passed. It's done. The lease is there. And I can tell you from a fiscal standpoint, Chief Schmatter can fit this in his budget. I have talked to the finance director, so we have picked up the phone, and I think he's here and can tell us that this won't raise taxes. It's in Chief Schmatter's budget. Chief Schmatter did the right thing, found a used Bell helicopter, and it's a helicopter that the pilots we have already know how to fly, and it also came equipped with some of the equipment needed for law enforcement equipment. So this was a very fiscally responsible purchase to make with a used helicopter, and one that can be made without any kind of tax increase. It was already in the budget, and we need to have a second backup. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pauls, you are recognized.
President, and I will call you up. This discussion started today with Jeffrey, and he asked a couple questions, which I, thought was sort of unique, and he's brought them up. In April and August of 2019, 2 separate helicopter crashes occurred with a loss of each helicopter. We lost 2. This is what he says. Why did you do? Well, I never knew why we lost them. And this is if we would have purchased a new one, it would have been worth $5.3 million. So we went for a used one. And the question I have, it says there is only a sole provider of this equipment. I don't know, somebody from, is there go ahead.
Frank Peck, Omaha Police Department. Can you repeat that question again?
Well,
sir? I just wanna
okay,
make sure.
I'm reading it here. It says, Battleborn Munitions is a sole source vendor. So they're the only place we can get a used helicopter.
No, sir. What we looked at was from a sole source perspective of you have an aircraft that's similar and meets several of our needs. And so that's why we requested the sole source agreement. There are other helicopters out there. It's a Bell helicopter, a 407 model. But that particular company had one that met our needs and had a lot of the equipment and things that we need and are required to have for law enforcement perspectives.
And I trust that judgment. But we went to one. See, I have a question when the city only goes to one vendor. And if that's the only vendor that you could get a helicopter like this from, I would have no argument. And I'm doing this because the city does this more than we would like to think. If you look back, because there are a lot of sole vendors on some of these things, and I'm going to start calling those to light here in the future. So that's the reason why. And you were brought in to upgrade the unit.
Well, I don't know if I would use the term upgrade, but I was brought in to assist the Omaha Police Department in advancing ourselves forward and obviously doing our job better. And we have great men and women that work for the city, as we all know.
Not questioning.
So I was brought in. I have some experience with my past life, and I was brought in to assist the Omaha Police Department to make sure that we continue to move forward.
Okay. And now I'm getting into a little bit. I know this is way ahead of the game of using another type of instrument in the sky, but this is for a 15-year, is that what I am looking at, to repay these bonds for 15 years?
Yes, that's what I've been advised.
Okay. And it's really interesting, this used helicopter, how many years do we plan to get out of it? Not 15 years.
Well, am I okay? I would say that you very well could. With anything, the better that you take care of it.
Right.
And we have great maintenance.
Yeah.
The long-term, I guess, return is going to be, we'll keep that thing as long as we can. And that's why we kind of looked at that one also, is that we're moving forward with technology that has current technology. The current aircraft that we're flying does not have current technology. They have not made that aircraft since 2010. That was the last time that particular aircraft was actually manufactured by Bell. Now, are there still aircraft flying? Absolutely, sir. And there are aircraft out there flying from the Vietnam era.
Yes.
So it's all about taking care of it and maintaining it. We don't treat it like trucks.
Yeah.
It's our obligation to maintain things properly and to treat them, properly, because that's all we have.
Okay.
So you can go a long time,
Okay.
sir.
Oh, then how old were the 2 helicopters that went down this last year? Are they old?
One was old, there's 2 models. One was an OH-58, which is the old military version, and one was the current B-3 Bell Jet Ranger, which is the civilian model, essentially. So it was newer. The second one was newer, yes. 2008.
2008, that's the birthday of that one, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
I'm just trying to figure out 15 years, because probably with the new technology, these helicopters, they may not need them in the future.
I would say that helicopters will always be here. They've been here for years. I can't predict that. But right now, what I will say is a helicopter, as people talk about, I'm making the assumption, sir, that you're talking about drones, or
Yes,
that type of
yes.
thing. Drones, and I speak from experience. Drones right now cannot, if a lost child is missing out in the field, if a dementia patient is out there, you're not going to land, pick them up, and fly them to an ambulance.
Yeah.
2 weeks before I left my past job, we did that with an elderly woman. We landed, picked her up, and flew her to the nearest ambulance. So helicopters themselves will, do a job that maybe some things that we can't do.
I know that, I understand. Just talk to Amazon, maybe that could be a thing. Thank you. Do you have anything you need to add? Because I promised that I would let you.
Mr. Pokorny, please re-identify yourself for the record.
Jeffrey Pokorny, Pokorny, 4969 South 149th, Omaha.
Thank you.
Of all the people here, I've probably known Mr. Gray longer than anybody. We had contact when I came to Omaha 25 years ago, maybe even before that. The one thing that I have to emphasize, Omaha would still be chasing cars if it were not for Senator Chambers. He got the law passed that the city would be responsible legally and monetarily for victims of car crashes. I think I'm correct on that. If anybody, I'm just sure I am. I'm sure I am. It was on his efforts. And the city council, the mayor of Omaha fought it like crazy because then the car crashes stopped because the car chases stopped because you, in fact, were liable for the $1 million in medical claims or whatever. And nobody knew the difference. If anything that happened with this helicopter, they're a car chase. That's what they do. They chase cars. Stolen cars. They don't rescue people. They don't pick people up. I'm sure the medical hospitals, the hospital helicopters, they go to Schuyler and pick up people in the farm fields all the time. Friend of mine, $40,000 bill. They do that. You don't need a police helicopter except to chase stolen cars. And by the time they get out of Blair to the city of Omaha, those car chases are over with because the Omaha police won't pursue. Because of liability questions. They can do it, but they won't do it because of liability questions, which I think is a great deal. The city of Omaha should never cause a car accident. Shouldn't do it. I disagree with you, Mr. Gray. That's the thing. And I hope that when you re-examine our conversation, say, yes, Senator Chambers was, in fact, responsible for I haven't seen a claim against the city for a police chase for 5 years or 10 years or a long time. It just doesn't happen anymore. For Senator Chambers' efforts in the legislature, and I think that Councilman Gray has gone along with that. I think you agree with that, and I hope that the rest of the council does. I really agree with it as a taxpayer. Gee, and not just as a taxpayer, but those people, they're bystanders. To have them in an accident, a high-speed crash, and they're coming out of nowhere. 2 people got killed close to my home, 144th and Q. A couple years ago, just been married a couple days. It was just crazy. But the guy that hit him was trying to escape. I don't think he was being chased, but he was trying to escape. It just drives me crazy. Like I say, I'm 76 years old, and some things never, ever become less acute with my feelings. What a waste of life. So anyway, keep up the good work on no car chases. And the things that your chief pilot mentioned, they should have been in a feasibility study or the policeability study. He mentioned things, and if they're doing anything besides high-speed car chases, more power to them. Let me know. Let you folks know. You're the ones that are spending the money. And when you say it's in the budget, how many times have I heard that? Gee whiz. I would love somebody to say, hey, we're going to cut the police budget 1% next year, and the street department 1%. We might. But the thing is, and not just the budgets, but they raised my valuation on my house, so there's more tax income coming off of that. It gives everybody the right to do it. I hope I'm not wandering on a subject here because it's all related to your fiscal responsibility. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You made my trip worth it.
Thank you, Councilmember Pauls. Councilmember Harding, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a couple quick things, I think. But first of all, I remember Ben's stories because I worked for the mayor at the time that we put the helicopters in. I think we referred to them as helicopters, as a matter of fact. But so I do remember that, and maybe to Mr. Pokorny's addressed one of his questions or issues. And Mr. Peck, if you want to, and I apologize, I don't know if you have a rank. Is it Mr. or do you have, it's just Mr., correct?
Yes, or Frank.
Okay. All right, Frank. You can, I heard you say this earlier, if you want to repeat it. I mean, obviously, helicopters provide a lot more service than just police chases for stolen vehicles. So if you want to highlight some of the things briefly to justify the reason we have these, feel free to do so.
Absolutely. Frank Peck, Omaha Police Department. To answer some of your questions, just to name a few, obviously the pursuits were talked about tonight. It's also looking for lost and missing children. There's also a surveillance type of operation that, we can keep tabs or track of large-scale events that may happen that have a public safety nexus. We can get into, we can move equipment. One of the other things too that, some people don't talk about is, that we need to talk about is they also have a search and rescue type operation. Now, we all went through some horrendous flooding last year. I mean, that affected the whole state. So during those operations, which included here and, statewide, there were people that were removed from harm's way, people that were moved to different locations and if you break it down and look at it, long-term saved their lives. There was no way for them to go. So there are all kinds of different operations that happen with aircraft. It's not just, looking for pursuits or doing that. It's, and it's nice having that resource because that resource is a force multiplier. And if you had a catastrophic event, there are a limited number of aircraft with the hospitals locally, the state, and even the military. So, having that resource, this is one of the biggest metros in the Midwest. 2/3 of all the population of the state of Nebraska is here. So we have to be in a position, and I commend Chief Schmatter and his staff. They look at things and they want to make sure that they're in a position to respond appropriately and do what's right for our citizens and for your constituents. That's every day looked at by the staff of Omaha Police Department and the men and women that work. And I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be here to help, take us to the next event or the next, level, whatever we can do. But helicopters are unlimited on what they can do.
Sure.
And that's what I'll say to that,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Quickly on the budget, I mean, it's been touched on by others as well, but the helicopter is being purchased with lease purchase bonds that are paid over 15 years. We have that in the Chief Schmatter's budget, who works closely with the administration and finance, so I'm fine with that. And lastly, I thought Luis might still be here, but Luis might be happy to know that there is a social media account for the Omaha Police Helicopter, and it's called OPD Helicopter, and I do follow it. So, Luis, wherever you are, I'll let you know about how you can follow that later, but they do use social media.
Thank you, Councilmember Harding. Vice President Palermo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank, if you could, please.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank Peck, Omaha Police Department.
So Frank, Vinny, glad to meet you. Glad
Same
you're
to you,
here at the
sir.
city
Thank
of
you.
Omaha. So I appreciate that we invested in a used helicopter, $2.5 million savings possibly compared to a new one. But I just didn't find a Carfax, that's how you look for a car, but I didn't find a helicopter fax. This used, yeah, we'll make it longer too. This used one has 418 hours. So tell me with your expertise, good?
That is
Better, best?
That is a very low time aircraft.
Okay.
That's part of why we looked at it and went after it, because that's how many hours are on that particular airframe. That is very low. If you look at a standard aircraft, probably, and it depends on the department and where you're at. We're upwards right now to the 4,000 hour mark. And as you know, the more hours and as you move forward, the more things that come up, and it's by maintenance or by a schedule that the manufacturer actually dictates what happens. So that aircraft being a 2012 and being that low of hours, and having some of the equipment and some of the things that we need from a law enforcement and search and rescue type operation, I was really glad that we had the opportunity to go after it, because you're not going to find that.
Okay.
Not at those hours, but that is very low hours and very low hours.
No, that's great to hear. So maintenance has been a big part of this conversation as well. I'm not honestly sure how many pilots there are, but what do we have for mechanics that are working on this equipment? And I assume that you've discussed with them this new purchase, and what is their feeling as far as maintenance on this piece of equipment?
Well, that's part of why, the outside consulting agency that looked at some things, to stay with the Bell product, because that's what the pilots are familiar with, and that's what the maintenance staff is currently familiar with, to stay in that realm, or stay in that bubble of that particular model. I have talked to them. They do know what we're down here trying to do. It is a similar aircraft to the other Bell that we currently have. There's, like anything, you have to learn the nuances of that particular aircraft, be that with maintenance and even the flying side of it. So there is a training piece too,
Okay.
for
Thank
both
you.
sides.
And then one last thing, because we have heard this discussion as well with the mission of Able One, with pursuits and SNR rescues, missing persons. How many current helicopters do we have in operation, OPD?
Currently today, sir, we have one.
Okay, so tell me the stats or the difference, or what the department assumes will be with adding another helicopter to upgrade for the citizens of Omaha when it comes to these stats that we look forward to justifying this piece of equipment for.
Well, with anything, if there's a maintenance time frame, something that comes up, as I stated earlier about the manufacturer, having one aircraft, that aircraft is done. It's grounded until that maintenance is completed. So right now, if something comes up with a maintenance issue, that there is no aircraft. We have to rely on we would have to try to rely on other resources.
So let me ask us a different way, and I know it's tough. Obviously, you've been doing this a long, long time, but new to OPD. What do we assume? What does our research say that adding an extra aircraft will help us assist how many more every time the phone rings in the hangar to go out?
Well, that's the thing, is that you always have a backup. So if one's down, scheduled maintenance or something to that fact, you have a backup. So you don't have to say, well, we're down completely right now because we have a maintenance issue. So you would, the other one would be rolled out and mission, ready to go to respond to calls.
Sure.
Did that answer?
Kind of. I mean, and it's a tough question. Maybe the captain has this answer, since you've been waiting here all day, like us all. How many calls did we receive and go to with 3 aircraft? How many calls did we go to with 1 aircraft? I mean, is it an impossible question to answer? I'm just trying to justify to certain people that the more aircraft, the more calls we can go to.
Maybe I could go down a little different path here with that. So if you have just 1 aircraft, all the hours, everything is being placed on that one asset, that one resource. So if you have multiple resources, you're kind of spreading that out. So when this one does go down, you're kind of balancing it out. And that's a thing that we do with maintenance, is we try to separate so that not everything's going down at the same time on scheduled type maintenance. So I think that we can respond more because, well, right now, if we have a maintenance issue scheduled or anything, we're down. If we had a backup, that conversation isn't had. I'm not telling you we can't come because we have a backup aircraft. We've got a reserve. Excuse me. We have a backup.
Okay. No, perfect. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Vice President Palermo, Council Member Gray, you are recognized.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. Councilmember Harding asked a question that I was going to ask, but I will say that there is a witness to how much of a pain I was when we first put the helicopters up.
I have a question for Mr. Peck.
Frank Peck, Omaha Police Department.
As I understand the history of the department, we were, I think, originally recommended to have a fleet of 3 helicopters. Are you familiar with that?
I am, sir. I can maybe answer some questions.
So we have one. When we acquire, if this passes, the second one, do we keep the one we have as a backup or in the regular rotation?
It stays as a backup and in the regular rotation for
And
now.
then, one of your comments you said earlier led me to believe that you are in the search for another one.
Well, I think I believe in evolving and always moving forward. And I think anybody, as yourselves, you have to be looking to better and to continue to move forward.
The
So I am
question is the city police department of the belief that a city of our metropolitan size with a helicopter unit of the sort that should have 3? Or are you saying that we should only have 2?
No, sir, I would tell you that 3 would be the bare minimum. And
Go ahead.
If I could just say something. In 1997, when Mr. Gray, when this all kind of came about with the aircraft, the city of Omaha had 4 flying aircraft. 3 were mission ready, and 1 was basically just flyable. Didn't have all the cameras and all that type of stuff on it. And that was pretty much the case until 2019. And then they started using parts off of some of the older ones to keep the fleet built up. But I will say, and absolutely, that a department this size with the resources that are kind of needed, if you're asking if 3 is better, well, absolutely. I would say yes.
Good. And I don't know if I heard you say this is a part of the mission and the function of the helicopter unit, but when I was on the Public Safety Committee of the Council, and I would encourage anyone who's on the Council who hasn't done this yet, is to do a fly-along with the unit, because you really get a sense for the true value and full perspective of the mission, and that you go on a Friday or Saturday night, like Councilmember Gray and I have done, and you show up at the hangar at about 12:30 a.m. into the Sunday morning hours, and you get a real strong understanding of how busy, first of all, the men and women of our police force are on the ground, and then how it is that this helicopter can assist them in performing vital missions of protecting our public. I also learned how to really tighten my stomach muscles, because when you're in maneuvers circling in tight rotation with the nose down, and the pilot is performing that maneuver while the co-pilot is looking at the infrared, tracking someone who's running and fleeing, and they don't want to lose them, that's something that I don't know how they do that so adeptly and maintain whatever they've eaten that day in their stomach, because it's a challenge, and it's amazing to see them do what they do in that helicopter. They also have quite a bit of risks. I mean, we took a nosedive to avoid an eagle that happened to be flying at the same altitude as the helicopter did. We've seen the helicopter on the West Dodge Expressway simply reminding as the pilot said when they turned the light on, a motorcycle that appeared to be going in excess of 100 miles an hour, and there were no police around. They put the light on him, and the driver slowed right down. I said, what are you doing? He said, well, we're in an area of low coverage in this particular part of the city right now because of calls and volume on a Friday night. And this tactic reminds people to be good citizens, and it slowed the driver down, protecting the driver from himself, really.
As I stated, Mr. President, it's a force multiplier, and it really and truly is. And you just reiterated my statement from earlier on that, because that's exactly one of the things that it does do.
And that's an understatement, because on a busy night, when there are lots of calls and there's a no car available response, it's oftentimes the helicopter's out in that area, checking for what's going on until the cars can get there too, which we experienced. So there's a lot more to the picture than what some people really understand. And I hope that you all get a chance to do a fly-along if you haven't already done it. Thank you, Mr. Peck.
Thank you, sir.
Was there a motion?
We have a motion and a second. We had one.
Roll call.
Yeah. Gray. Gray.
Yes.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 47 is approved, 7-0. Item 51, an ordinance to submit to the qualified electors of the City of Omaha the special city election to be held on May 12, 2020, whether or not the City Council shall be authorized to issue and sell general obligation bonds in the amount not to exceed $200 million and to increase the property tax levy rate by .035 per $100 of assessed value for the payment and cost of roads and related road work. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Law Department. B is communications and support.
I would just point out for the record that the amendment of the whole clarifies the mill levy would be allowed to be increased up to the amount proposed. Not it automatically would be, but it would be up to that amount, not necessarily to that amount. Is there no further lights? Roll call.
And just to clarify, the motion in the second was for the amendment of the whole?
Amendment of the whole.
Okay. Gray.
Yes.
Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 52, an ordinance levying a special tax assessment for cutting and clearing weeds, grass, and worthless vegetation on certain lots in the City of Omaha, Group 2020-03. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department, and B is a revised amendment of the whole that was distributed today.
Is there a motion on B? Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 53, an ordinance levying a special tax assessment for litter removal on certain lots in the City of Omaha, Group 2020-04. A is an amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department. B is the revised amendment of the whole distributed today.
Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 54, an ordinance authorizing and approving a lease purchase agreement with the City of Omaha Public Facilities Corporation to refund all or a portion of the corporation's lease revenue bonds, Series 2010, and to authorize and approve an amended and restated site lease agreement for the leasing of the project site for the lease revenue refunding bonds in the amount of $25 million. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Finance Department.
Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 55, an ordinance to approve an agreement with U-Turn in the amount of $10,000 and to authorize funding for such agreement from the City of Omaha's fiscal year 2018 Project Safe Neighborhoods Grant Award.
The public hearing on item 55 begins at this time. Are there any proponents or opponents? The public hearing is closed.
One public hearing can be held for items 56 through 58, ordinances to acquire private property for the following projects: Signal Infrastructure Phase B1, B2, and B3.
The public hearing on items 56, 57, and 58 begin at this time. Are there any proponents or opponents? The public hearing is closed.
Non-action items, items 59 through 62, do not require a public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on an agenda for consideration.
Please note the council will not meet on Tuesday, February 18, but will stand in recess due to the holiday on the 17th. Roll call.
Gray. Harding. Melton. Pauls. Palermo. Festerson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Meeting is adjourned at 6:32 p.m.